the future, the great Makerere.
Hi, I'm Amulen Hilda. I've been working in Makerere for 27 years. From 95, I worked from Africa Hall for roughly 3 years. Then from 98, I was transferred here. From that time up to now, I'm still here in Micho. The names my sons call me, they call me Mama. In fact, most of them, they even don't know my real names. So they always call me Mama, Mama, wherever we meet. The students cannot control them. What their brains tell them is what they do. Because they are still young, they call themselves to be young in the brain. But those ones who understand, when you talk to them, they say, yeah, Mama, you have told me a good thing. Thanks for advising me. For those back years, our children would not study Makerere. But when they implemented the system of, they said the university said they were giving workers their children also to study. They give us half of the money, then we also give half of the money. So now our children are educated. Most people have educated children now. They have lawyers, they have doctors, they have accountants. That's what I've achieved so far in Makerere. To me, because also I have my son whom Makerere has educated. I have my personal home, I have land which I can cultivate. Even here I have my house of 2 rooms. So me during COVID time I was fine because I had where to sleep, not looking for food. And I have my friends who also stood with me. They said, Mommy, don't move. We are going to give you some help. There's some friend of mine, Dick, he was sleeping here in Micho. Could send me some money. And there's Mike, he also went to do masters in UK. He also stood with me. I have friends who are boys than girls because I was there in the girls' hall briefly. But now many of them are boys. What is your story about Makerere out there?
100 years ago, men and women who were less advantaged than us today started this great institution. They have built it through the years to make it the great institution that it is, to produce the great men and women that have moved our country, our region, the whole continent, and even beyond. They are the ones responsible for making us who we are. We should also make a commitment that if they did what they did, what can we do so that 100 years later, people can also say, yes, 100 years ago, some people made Makerere even a greater institution, and it is what has made us what we are. So this is an opportunity for all of us to make that contribution. It is important for transforming our country, for making sure that our children, great-grandchildren will live a life better than what we have lived. You will be investing in your future. Organize small meetings wherever you are, Makererians wherever you are around the world, and commemorate your days at Makerere University. That is also important because all those activities help in building the spirit of Makerere University. So please, I call upon all of you to join us to celebrate this as we contribute to making the university even greater. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebration. We have got big dreams of transforming our university so that it can be empowered to transform our society, to move our society, to move our people out of poverty in the fastest way possible. And we have got projects through which we want to do this. We want to be a more research-led university. We want to do more research, solve Uganda's and Africa's problems. And of course, the problems of humanity, just like we have solved some before, including the wonderful research in HIV producing very good products that are helping the entire world to solve the issues of HIV. We have also come up with the innovations in agriculture, in engineering. We were the first to come up with an electric car on the continent, but we believe that we can do this on an even bigger scale, including coming up with a university teaching and research hospital. We are the leaders in tropical medicine, but we don't have a hospital which will assist us to do more research. We want to come up with the science and technology and business incubation center, so that this center can help not just our students, but all young people who have got great ideas on producing products that are going to transform our economy, give employment to our people. And of course, we want to come up with a student center so that our students can have a one-stop center where they can solve all the issues that they have. We want also to improve the entire infrastructure, including the accommodation for our students. All this will require our stakeholders to hold our hand, to move together with them for us to be able to realize that. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. Makerere University is celebrating 100 years of excellent service to humanity. Over those 100 years, a lot of people have contributed greatly to making Makerere the great university that it is now, including people making sacrifices for land on which the university was built. And we are indebted to these people. Makerere has produced great statesmen, great people in all trades who have moved not just Uganda, but the entire East African and Central African region and the entire continent. We are now celebrating those achievements, and we are looking back and saying, can we leverage those successes to build even more for the future? As we celebrate 100 years, we are calling upon all our stakeholders, particularly our alumni, so that we can more meaningfully contribute to transforming our society. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. So I welcome all of you. I encourage all of you to participate as much as you can.
Build for the future, the great Makerere.
Hi, I'm Amulen Hilda. I've been working in Makerere for 27 years. From 95, I worked from Africa Hall for roughly 3 years. Then from 98, I was transferred here. From that time up to now, I'm still here in Micho. The names my sons call me, they call me Mama. In fact, most of them, they even don't know my real names. So they always call me Mama, Mama, wherever we meet. The students cannot control them. What they bring still them is what they do. Because they are still young. They call themselves to be young in the brain. But those ones who understand, when you talk to them, they say, yeah, Mama, you have told me a good thing. Thanks for advising me. For those back years, our children would not study Makerere. But when they implemented the system of, they said the university said they were giving workers their children also to study. They give us half of the money, then we also give half of the money. So now our children are educated. Most people have educated children now. They have lawyers, they have doctors, they have accountants. That's what I've achieved so far in Makerere. To me, because also I have my son whom Makerere has educated. I have my personal home, I have land which I can cultivate. Even here I have my house of 2 rooms. So me during COVID time I was fine because I had where to sleep, on looking for food. And I have my friends who also stood with me. They said, Mommy, don't move. We are going to give you some help. There's some friend of mine, Dick, he was sleeping here in Mitchell. He would send me some money. And there's Mike, he also went to do masters in UK. He also stood with me. I have friends who are boys than girls, because there was there in the girls' hall briefly. But now many of them are boys. What is your story about Makerere out there?
Beside thee.
100 years ago, men and women who are less advantaged than us today started this great institution. They have built it through the years to make it the great institution that it is, to produce the great men and women that have moved our country, our region, the whole continent, and even beyond. They are the ones responsible for making us who we are. We should also make a commitment that if they did what they did, what can we do so that 100 years later, people can also say, yes, 100 years ago, some people made Makerere even a greater institution, and it is what has made us what we are. So this is an opportunity for all of us to make that contribution. It is important for transforming our country, for making sure that our children, great-grandchildren will live a life better than what we have lived. You will be investing in your future. Organize small meetings wherever you are, Makererians wherever you are around the world, and commemorate your days at Makerere University. That is also important because all those activities help in building the spirit of Makerere University. So please, I call upon all of you to join us to celebrate this as we contribute to making the university even greater. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebration. We have got big dreams of transforming our university so that it can be empowered to transform our society, to move our society, to move our people out of poverty in the fastest way possible. And we have got projects through which we want to do this. We want to be a more research-led university. We want to do more research to solve Uganda's and Africa's problems. And of course, the problems of humanity, just like we have solved some before, including the wonderful research in HIV, producing very good products that are helping the entire world to solve the issues of HIV. We have also come up with the innovations in agriculture, in engineering. We were the first to come up with an electric car on the continent, but we believe that we can do this on an even bigger scale, including coming up with a university teaching and research hospital. We are the leaders in tropical medicine, but we don't have a hospital which will assist us to do more research. We want to come up with the Science and Technology and Business Incubation Center so that this center can help not just our students, but all young people who have got great ideas on producing products that are going to transform our economy, give employment to our people. And of course, we want to come up with a student center so that our students can have a one-stop center where they can solve all the issues that they have. We want also to improve the entire infrastructure, including the accommodation for our students. All this will require our stakeholders to hold our hand, to move together with them for us to be able to realize that. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. Makerere University is celebrating 100 years of excellent service to humanity. Over those 100 years, a lot of people have contributed greatly to making Makerere the great university that it is now, including people making sacrifices for land on which the university was built. And we are indebted to these people. Makerere has produced great statesmen, great people in all trades who have moved not just Uganda, but the entire East African and Central African region and the entire continent. We are now celebrating those achievements, and we are looking back and saying, can we leverage those successes to build even more for the future? As we celebrate 100 years, we are calling upon all our stakeholders, particularly our alumni, so that we can more meaningfully contribute to transforming our society. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations. So I welcome all of you. I encourage all of you to participate as much as you can.
Good morning to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities. In line with our program, I'm pleased to inform you that the distinguished speaker and chief guest, Katikkiro wa Buganda, Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, is already based somewhere at Makerere University Hill. At the moment, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and the two Deputy Vice Chancellors, that is Professor Umaru Kakumba and Professor Henry Alinaitwe, are with Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, the Katikkiro of Buganda, at the Mutesa II Memorial Museum. What is happening at Mutesa II Memorial Museum? It is located at Makerere University, and right now, Owekitiibwa Katikkiro and the entourage from Buganda Kingdom and the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University and the Deputy Vice Chancellors are touring the Makerere University Mutesa II Memorial Museum based on Makerere Hill. And in line with our program, the chief guest will plant an honorary tree. And I happened to ensure that before I really come here, I touch base with the team at Makerere University Mutesa II Memorial Museum, and everything was going on well. We've been there with the students and staff from Makerere University Department of Performing Arts and Film, who helped us to welcome Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga and the team from Buganda Kingdom in a befitting way. Why are we here? We are here today. This is Makerere University Central Teaching Facility 2 Auditorium to honor the legacy of the late Katikkiro Luther Nsibirwa. Why is Makerere University honoring his legacy? Without his significant contribution to this great institution, maybe Makerere University wouldn't be where we are. And we also know that the respective speakers, in line with our program, will inform us of what the late Luther Nsibirwa contributed to this institution, but we know that history tells us that he lost his life probably because of his contribution to this great institution. And so, as Makerere University celebrates 100 years of existence, that is, we started in 1922, that's our beautiful journey, with 14 day students. And we are gathered here today, coming from 14 day students to over 30,000 students. So we thank God for the growth and for all the contribution that has been through this great institution for the betterment of humanity. Yes, we welcome our students and staff from Makerere University Performing Arts and Film. When they get on the stage, that shows that we are here for a special moment. And I think allow me to request them, if they are ready, to keep us engaged. Thank you. government leaders. Makerere University CTF2 auditorium for the next session, that is the Nsibirwa Annual Public Lecture. Our theme is revisiting the life of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa in the lenses of Makerere at 100 years, the contributions of cultural institutions in engendering public goods. We thank you so much for turning up for the Nsibirwa Annual Public Lecture, and we look forward to a very interactive and engaging lecture. To all our online participants, we also take this opportunity to inform you that the second session of the Nsibirwa Annual Public Lecture here in CTF2 Auditorium, Makerere University main campus, is starting. Please let us rise to welcome the distinguished speaker and chief guest, Katikkiro wa Buganda, Oweekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga. Yes, what is happening right now, Oweekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga is greeting the family of the late Katikkiro Martin Nsibirwa. Ne bakatikkiro bonna aba Buganda abali mu kifo kino tusanyuse nnyo okubalaba, n'abakungu mwenna abava mu Buganda Kingdom tusanyuse nnyo okubalaba, n'abava mikwano gya Nsibirwa, ekika kya Nsibirwa, famire yonna eya Nsibirwa tusanyuse nnyo okubalaba Makerere University. At this moment, allow me to hand over to the Master of Ceremony, Associate Professor Umaru Kakumba, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, and Chair Programs Committee, Makerere at 100 celebrations, and let us remain standing. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Rita.
Abebitibwa mwenna, Sebo Kamalabyonna wa Buganda, the Katikkiro Charles Peter Mayiga, a family of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me. But before any much ado, may I request Performing Arts to lead us in the anthem, the series of anthems, so that we continue with the program. Performing Arts, Makerere University, Performing Arts and Film.
South, all voices singing, arise, and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Do not forget through all the years those who have gone through the gates of Makerere. Give them the pride, give them the joy, all to remember the gates of Makerere. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Thanks very much, Performing Arts and Film. We request the guests and the rest of the audience to take your seats, please. Yeah, thanks very much. May I take this opportunity to start this event while invoking the Almighty. I request Mr. Chiranda, the University Secretary, to come and lead us in a word of prayer so that we can start this event with the grace of the Almighty God. Mr. Chiranda.
Thank you, DVC. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we thank you, God, for bringing us here today to have conversations on an extremely important topic for the development of our university and our country. We pray that you may guide us in these conversations, that you may give us the best of ideas, that you may bless our keynote speaker, you may bless the University Council and the University Management, and all those who have made it this lecture, and may the deliberations that we make here give us the best understanding of what we can do to make our university better. May you bless the late Katikkiro, Martin Luther Nsibirwa, and may he continue to rest in peace for his contribution to this university and the country. In your holy name I have prayed. Amen.
Twasekula bana bafuwe ngombe. Twasekula bana bafuwe ngombe. Wama kululu kululu. Kululu kululu. Wama bazala babili. Kululu kululu. Wama
Thanks very much, Performing Arts and Film. Our chief guest and the guest speaker, Late Katikkiro Charles Peter Maiga. That's Makerere University Department of Performing Arts and Film. At some time later, when we have, we'll have an opportunity for you to showcase other performances. Our chief guest, the Katikkiro, the family of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa. I can see Mama Rhoda, and I can see Nsibirwa. Can we put our hands together to welcome the family? Yeah, Mama Rhoda Karema Nsibirwa, but also the family here led by Nsibirwa, Deputy Katikkiro, the first Deputy Katikkiro, Wagwan Nsibirwa. I can also see the other members whom I will introduce later from the Buganda Kingdom, and also the heads of clans. Allow me to recognize the host to you today, the Chairperson of Council, seated next to you, Mrs. Lona Magara, and the members of Council who are also seated in this audience. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance Administration, Professor Henry Alinitwe, there are members of top management. I can see members of the Senate of Makerere University here, Permit me at this juncture to recognize the presence of Katikkiro Emeritus, Owekitiibwa Joseph Mulwanyammuli Ssemwogerere. In the same way, I welcome Owekitiibwa Deputy Katikkiro, the second Deputy Katikkiro and Minister for Finance, Buganda Government, Owekitiibwa Luther Nsibirwa, in your own capacity. I welcome Owekitiibwa Noah Kiyimba, the Minister of Information, Cabinet and Luchiiko Affairs. Welcome Owekitiibwa Daudi Mpanga, the Minister Special Duties. I welcome Owekitiibwa Ronald Mpaji, the Cargo. I have seen the Honorable Joyce Wagala Mitiana MP. The Chairperson of Uganda Youth Council is also here with us. The Chairperson of Centenary Nkobazambogo National, but also Nkobazambogo Makerere University, and his entire team. Owekitiibwa Minister Emeritus, Professor Masagazi Masazi, is also in the audience here. And Minister Emeritus, Uganda Government, Owekitiibwa Sauda Namyalo, who also happens to be the patron of Nkobazambogo. We want to take the opportunity also to welcome the Bajaja, Abakulu b'Obusolya, different clans in Uganda. I can see Jaja Omutaka Henry Tendo, Omutaka Mutesasira for the Ngo clan. The Dr. Grace Chizito Bachaita, Omutaka Chidimbo. Aloysius Lubega, Omutaka Nsamba, Bingawi. You can see members of Buganda Youth Council. We can see, I've already introduced Kago, Augustine Mutumba, Buganda, then Omukungu Wamala Anthony, Buganda Royal Institute, and many others. I'll be recognizing many members who are gracing this event. Yeah, at this juncture, our chief guest, the Katikkiro of Uganda. Permit me to say that Makerere University is very, very much honored to host you. And the choice of you coming here to deliver this inaugural lecture in commemoration of the great works and contribution of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa, the organizing committee thought it very, very fitting to have you as a guest speaker for two main reasons. One reason is that definitely the person whom we are recognizing today and whom we are paying tribute and also having the inaugural lecture, memorial lecture, is a person who occupied the position of Katikkiro and is a person who made many sacrifices to see to it that Makerere University exists. But beyond that, we also recognize the fact that you are holding forth to that position of Katikkiro, and you were the right person to come in to deliver the lecture. The second reason why you are here is that on your own merit, you are a proud and distinguished alumni of Makerere University. And not only that, Owekitiibwa Katikkiro Charles Peter Mayiga, you have also been an ardent enthusiast and so passionate and a good friend of Makerere University in many respects. I am sure when the Vice Chancellor comes here to give a citation, he will articulate quite a lot more as to the choice of you being the guest of honor, but we also take cognizance of the name that you have rendered to your alma mater, Makerere University, as in the legal profession, as a lawyer, as an advocate of the High Court, but a person who has provided legal counsel over the years, building an illustrious career, and also being able to give us that great name for the alma mater, the School of Law that mentored you as a lawyer in this country. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the opportunity to invite the chairperson of Makerere University Council to come as the host of this audience. And I should also mention there are quite many people following us online. So this event is blended. We have the physical function at Makerere Auditorium here, but also from our ICT technical team, over 100 participants are joining us online to follow this event within the country, across the region, and elsewhere in the diaspora. Madam Chair Council, Mrs. Lona Magara, the floor is for you to welcome the guests.
The Katikkiro of Buganda Kingdom and keynote speaker for today, Nsibirwa Charles Peter Mayiga, members of the University Council present, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and members of the University Management, members of the great Luchiko and Buganda Cabinet Ministers present, the family of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa, the Guild President and members of the Guild, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure as the Chairperson of Council to warmly welcome you all today, and especially the Katikkiro and his distinguished delegation to Makerere University, particularly as the distinguished speaker for the inaugural Nsibirwa Annual Public Lecture, the third of the Makerere at 100 lecture series. I also very warmly welcome the family of the late Nsibirwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa, whose memory we honor and celebrate today for his selfless contribution to the expansion of Makerere University's estate. Land is a precious commodity, particularly in Uganda, now faced with an exploding population. Its price, especially in the urban areas, is constantly escalating. Makerere University is privileged to have the main campus covering over 300 acres of prime real estate located only 5 kilometers from the Kampala city center. In addition, we have over 40 acres housing the campus at Mulago, the Kasangati Health Center along Gayaza Road, and the Makerere University Agricultural Research Institute, Kabanyolo, along the Gayaza-Zirombwe Road. The men and women who secured this land had an incredible vision, not just for academic purposes, but for research, agriculture, community outreach, and staff welfare. They acquired land for staff housing estates in Kololo, Katalemwa, Makindye, Makerere North, and Bwaise. Such was the foresightedness of men and women like Nsibirwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa. Ebony Alexander, whose Black Family Land Trust has helped several African-American families retain their land assets, said, "Land is a finite commodity, and it is something we all have in common regardless of race, gender, or other dividers. With prudent investment, therefore, benefits accruing from land are transgenerational. In this regard, through the Makerere Holdings Company, the University Council embarked on attracting potential investors that can co-invest with the university and undertake income-generating projects that will diversify our financial resources, thereby reducing our reliance on government funding that is already heavily constrained. The projects we envisage include student accommodation, a student center at the Makerere University main campus, a conference center, and a 3-star hotel at the current Makerere University guest house. We'll have upmarket apartments in Kololo and a gated community in Makindye, among other developments. Sir Isaac Newton once said, and I quote, "If I've seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants." Today, we can discuss the plans mentioned above because we stand on the shoulders of giants such as the late Owetibwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa, whose legacy we honor today. We therefore extend our deepest gratitude to the family of the late Owetibwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa for sparing precious time and resources to join us today. Your presence here is testimony that you too hold in high esteem the value of education in transforming the lives of young men and women, regardless of race or social background, to give them a future and a hope. I thank the Vice Chancellor, members of management, faculty, and staff for your excellent work in planning and coordinating this important event. Owetibwa Charles Peter Maiga, thank you for agreeing to deliver today's public lecture. Your alma mater is proud of your achievements, both as a professional and as a cultural leader. We look forward to the discourse on the contributions of cultural institutions in engendering public goods and the role that our cultural institutions play in good governance. Owetibwa, we look forward to working with your office to make our centenary celebrations even more memorable for Makerere and for the Buganda Kingdom. I wish you all a good remainder of the day and take this opportunity to invite you to visit our centenary website. You'll be able to share your Makerere story as we continue leveraging 100 years of excellence in building a transformed society. Once again, very warm welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Council. Ladies and gentlemen, let us join hands in appreciating the Chair Council, but also continue to pay our tribute and in recognition of the great works of the person that we are celebrating today, but a person also in whose names Makerere University Centenary Organizing Committee thought it fit to start a series of lectures, annual lectures that will run every year in remembrance of the contribution of Owetibwa, the late Katikkiro, Martin Luther Nsibirwa. The Vice Chancellor will be coming here, Owetibwa Katikkiro, but before the Vice Chancellor comes in to give a citation and also welcome you as the head of top management, permit me to once again recognize Owetibwa, Judge Omutaka Augustine Kizito Mutumba, who is the head of the traditional leaders, the Council of Traditional Leaders. Owetibwa, once again, kindly stand for recognition. I'm also informed that Nkobazambogo Buganda Royal Institute is here. Already the principal is in our presence. You are welcome, Nkobazambogo, Buganda Royal. At this juncture, before the Vice Chancellor comes in, I would want to take the opportunity to invite you so that when the Vice Chancellor is making his citation, I want to request you, the Chief Guest, to come and occupy the front seat, because immediately after, the VC will be inviting you to deliver the speech. So kindly welcome you. Yes? Just a minute. As the Chief Guest is coming in, I also want to take the opportunity to invite, again, at the front seat here, Mr. Semoya Musoke, Oscar Semoya Musoke, who will be moderating the presentation, the discussion after the chief guest has delivered the presentation. As you are aware, Oscar is a seasoned educator with experience of teaching and also providing senior leadership in the United Kingdom and Uganda for over 25 years. Oscar Semoya is the principal of Taiba International School and is also, he has over the years subscribed in training institutions, many private institutions around Kampala. The Taiba students and alumni exemplify the school's values and independence of approach in the pursuit of excellence in all activities, as well as concern for the community. And outside his work, Oscar is also a coach, is a mentor to several schools, and also offers training and setups and mentorship to universities and other institutions of higher learning. He's a former part-time lecturer in the Institute of Languages at Makerere University. Oscar is also a board member of Teach for Uganda, who have impacted over 90,000 children in rural Uganda. Oscar is a social political talk show host on national radios, Capital Radio, and the television, NBS. Is the current affairs interview program on NBS TV. Is a co-founder of Chigo Thinkers, a public policy think tank that has published 2 papers on education in Uganda. He's a Rotarian and a past president of Rotary Club of Kampala North. He's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and a member of the Aspen Global Leadership Network. Oscar has an MA in education from Brunel University of Western London and a BA from Makerere University. So I'm introducing Oscar so that after the Vice Chancellor comes in, giving his citation and introduction of our chief guest, the VC will also relay quite a lot on the life and contributions of Owekitiibwa, the late Katikkiro Wagwa Nsibirwa. All right, thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, I have been reminded that before the Vice Chancellor comes in, we'll be honored to first and foremost receive the speech from the family, the representative of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa. And I'm informed that the representative to the family who is coming to deliver the message here and also to attest to our function and the contribution that Makerere is trying to make in recognition of his contribution is none other than Owekitiibwa Robert Wagwa Nsibirwa, who is Owekitiibwa Robert Wagwa Nsibirwa is Deputy Katikkiro and Minister of Finance, but is also family to the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa. So Owekitiibwa, the floor is yours to address.
Thank you very much, the chair for the celebrations, Mukama wange Katikkiro wa Buganda, the chair of the University Council, my OB from Saka College Mwiri, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwa, abakuru abataka b'obusolya, my colleagues, the ministers from Mengo, allow me to stand on the protocol that has been well cited here in the interest of time. I'm not the head of family, but I'm a member of the family. I'll use 2 minutes to introduce the head of the family, who will use 8 minutes to make remarks on behalf of the family of Owekitiibwa, the late Luther Nsibirwa. As a family, we are not only elated, but we are humbled by this gesture of the university hosting this premier and inaugural lecture for my grandfather, for our father, and for our great-grandfather. We are very humbled and very grateful. I was at this university between 1989 and 1992, pursuing Bachelor of Statistics in University Hall. And unfortunately, I was not in Nsibirwa Hall. And I'm a proud alumni. I'm a hebebe like Katikkiro, but we were there in different years. The head of the family is a trained social worker. She's been a career leader in this country, having served as a minister in 3 different governments of Uganda. She was a member of the National Recent Council, a member of the National Constituent Assembly, a member of Parliament for Chiboga for over a decade. She is the eldest of the only surviving 3 children today out of the 26. I was having a debate with her last night. Were you 27? Were you 26? I said we are 26. And she's 93, and we thank God that her faculties are still all alert. She's the chairperson of Luther Nsibirwa Trust, and she has been ably escorted by the only surviving Tata we have. She's a sister to my father, late father, but we have one surviving father who was the second last born at the date of assassination. He was 6 years old. He's now 83 years. I wish to introduce to you Tata John Sendagire Nsibirwa. Our singer, Mrs. Rwada Robina, couldn't make it. She's a bit unwell, and she's also of advanced age. So those are the 3 children that still survive to date, and we are very, very proud of them, and we treasure them a lot. She's also accompanied by the grandchildren, and I will request the grandchildren to stand up. Those are the grandchildren of the late Luther Nsibirwa. Some of them went through the school. Over 51 grandchildren and great-grandchildren went through this university, and 2 children out of the 27 went through this university. The late Dr. Sam Nsibirwa and the late Dr. Rosemary Nakasi Nsibirwa. I also wish to introduce to you the great-grandchildren that have come with us. Great-grandchildren, stay standing, and the 2 of them work here. We have Jingo. Is Jingo around? He works with the university here, and also Brian Nsubuga. They work with you, Vice Chancellor. Brian, put up your hand. You may get a promotion. Okay? They're all busy trying to anger you. So, friends, welcome with me Honorable Rhoda Nareje Nachibuka Nsibirwa Kalema. She will speak from her seat, given her youth, and she has a written speech, and we shall keep time. Vice Chancellor, thank you very much.
get a chair there, and I face the people as I speak. I would rather face the audience here instead of facing just the platform. I would like to be allowed not to address the whole protocol, but I'd like to address, first of all, Late Katikkiro, Charles Peter Mayiga, chief guest here, our host, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and all your staff, and of course, all the members of the Bwakabaka bwa Buganda who have come with the Late Katikkiro Mayiga, including the former Katikkiro Rwanyamuli. Please accept my welcoming all of you. I welcome all the staff. I am going to address all the staff of Makerere University and all who have made the effort to make all this preparation. Have been introduced already. And I'll start by saying that on behalf of the wider Martin Luther Nsibirwa family, and on my own behalf, this lecture gives utmost honor to our father, our grandfather, and our great-grandfather, that he could be honored in this manner and in his memory when celebrating 100 years of Makerere University. He died in 1945, when almost none of you here were born. Nsibirwa was born in 1983 in Kirindi Bugerere County, in present-day Mukono district. This was 30 years before Makerere institution, in its original form down there, understand, was born in 1922. And he was by then a Gombola chief in Kasao, Kyagwe. Needless to say, due to the date of his birth, he never had any formal schooling. It was his maternal uncle, Temutewo Mulondo, who took him to the home of Katikkiro Polukagwa of Uganda. And he lived there as a page boy, where he then learned to serve elders and to run errands. Page learned serving, good manners, and respecting people. That was his basic and ultimate education, or schooling. I can say he got education later through being under Aprokagwa, but schooling, he didn't have more than that. He taught himself reading, writing, and basic arithmetic by looking at the letters he delivered as he traveled by bicycle to Buganda Saza Chief Headquarters. He was baptized in 1895, aged between 12 and 13 years, in the Anglican Church. We always wondered how he got that name Martin Luther, but most probably Katikkiro Sapolo Kagwa chose the name Martin Luther for him. By the way, Sapolo Kagwa, if some of you will know his history, was very, very enlightened. And so he must have known about the German Martin Luther, a seminal figure in the Protestant Reformation, which was a major movement within Western Christianity in 16th century Germany. He was a German. Sapolo Kagwa's administration was highly praised by the British Protectorate administration. After his death in 1927, he was hailed as the greatest African statesman that had ever lived, that he stood out as a leader in civil and political life. So we can see that Nsibirwa had very good mentoring of administrative values under Katikkiro Sapolo Kagwa for over 20 years. Nsibirwa was appointed a Saza chief in Makerere and Singo from 1922 to 1927, then appointed treasurer and finally Katikkiro in 1929. All this period must have given him good administration ability and experience. About the end of the 1940s, the British Protectorate government of Uganda wished to establish a university to serve Uganda, Kenya, and Tanganyika. It was called Tanganyika then, as the University of East Africa. And it needed that, and needed this to be at Makerere College as the most suitable site for this institution. I understood that for too many reasons, this was a lovely, a better site than Nairobi College and Dar es Salaam College. And secondly, that was one reason. And secondly, there had not been then more students going there, going to Nairobi or to Dar es Salaam, but Tanganyika, Tanzania, like Nyerere, as you know, there's Charles Njonjo, who died 2 years ago, 100 years, used to come to Makerere. So it seems that Makerere was better equipped maybe, and had more teachers. It needed more land, but the East African, as the University of East Africa, and it needed this to be at Makerere College as the most suitable site for this institution. I have repeated it. However, this needed more land to accommodate such an institution. And yet, to expand Makerere College was difficult, as the adjacent land and the rest of the land that it has acquired belonged to private owners. Some belong to Crown land, like in Korora and elsewhere, but it belong to private owners beyond Sapro-Kagwa Road and between Sapro-Kagwa Road. From what I know, I remember that it belongs to private owners. The owners, some of whom were very influential and were chiefs, strongly objected to the idea of having their land exchanged for the purpose of extending the college into their land for the proposed university. But to cut the long story short, in 1900, the 1900 land agreement between British government and Uganda defined a relationship between the Kingdom of Buganda and Uganda Protectorate. The agreement had a clause 15. This clause proposed to allow the Protectorate government to take private-owned Milo land for public use in exchange for another area on government Crown land. But the private owners objected strongly to the idea. Nsibirwa, however, supported the idea. He was already Katikkiro. The colonial officers had failed to convince the owners, and the Katikkiro of Buganda was the only authority who could sign this clause for government to own the land. Nsibirwa had land close to Mulago Hospital. This I remember well. And when the government wanted to build a nurses' hostel, he allowed the exchange of his land for land at Kansanga, and the hostel was built near Mulago Hospital. Nsibirwa believing this to be in the best interest of the country, finally signed the clause on the 4th of September 1945, and he was assassinated on the morning of the 5th September near Namirembe Cathedral steps as he went for morning service. Nsibirwa lost his life, but Makerere College gained a university status sooner than it could have been before he gave his life. So we say that he did not offer land. He didn't have land at Makerere, but he offered his life. I have two quotes which I wish to share in this lecture. One is by Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., which I believe is well known to many of you. And in it he said, "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy." It is in Atlanta, USA, his home where he was born. There is a building in his memory called the Center for Social Change, which I was lucky to be visited in 1988. Then I went to visit my son in America. And I was given this card, which bears this quotation which I gave you. This very card is one I was given. As I was preparing for this lecture, this quote came to my mind. So we can say that Martin Luther Nsibirwa was ultimately measured as a man. The second quote is by Margaret Chase Smith. In it, that said public service, she said, public service must be more than doing a job efficiently and honestly. It must be a complete dedication to the people and to the nation. And I would think, you believe with me, that Martin Luther Nsibirwa, whom the university has decided to celebrate his life in this wonderful way, fits in this. He was dedicated to the people and to the nation. At this lecture, the administration of Makerere University has indicated in the letters I received before today that Nsibirwa's life stands tall in 100 years. I can see from all this, which I should have started with actually to appreciate. I've been appreciating it, sharing it with my neighbor, saying I can't understand how they could take all this trouble to celebrate my father. He stands us in this lecture. We are very much touched by this recognition, as my nephew, Nsibirwa, has already expressed. We are touched with this recognition of his contribution. And we want to say once more on this day our deep appreciation that one student's hall was named after him in 1997, Nsibirwa Hall. We, his family, have always been amazed that our father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, who never attended any level of schooling, never sat in a classroom, could believe in education with such determination, and to believe that what the British protectorate government wished for Makerere and East Africa was in the best interest for the whole country. Hence, he became determined to make it possible, whatever he could do in his power. Nsibirwa sent all his children to the best schools at the time. My elder sisters were sent to Gaza High School, and my big brothers to King's College Budo. And when Budo started to admit girls and became a co-educational school, he started to send girls there. My little sister Sarah and myself were the first daughters to go there in 1937. Started in P2, because we had been in Gayaza for P1. And my sister Sarah, yes, and myself were sent there. So he prized the education. As we celebrate my father here, as Makerere so honorably decided to honor him in this manner, which is really overwhelming, I once again say that Nsibirwa was ultimately measured as a man. Once more, before I end, Mr. Vice Chancellor and all the staff of the university, and Ponkoba Zambogo and everybody who in the art school who have been able to plan all this and to organize those, what I see here at the platform, please accept on behalf of my family, my father's grandchildren who are seated there, and myself, please accept our deep appreciation for what you've done to honor him. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Late Katikkiro Peter Mayiga, I'm very grateful to be able to share this with you in this time. And to be given the opportunity by Makerere University that we can share with you my father's background, the Nsibirwa we are celebrating in this manner. I'll just share with you that when it was 40 years after his death, which is 1985, we decided, and my sisters and brothers were still around, to celebrate him. We had a service, and we went to our ancestral home in Namakomo, where also his pictures taken. We decided to print, using our grandchildren also to help, to print the book, this booklet. And with Peter Mayiga, please, again, I want to thank you that you did write the introduction here in this booklet in 1985. We were able to collect photographs of Sapro Kagwa, here Sapro Kagwa with his family, some of his family, and I think this photograph comes from this booklet. And that's one of the photographs which we have in this booklet. We did not, and we also took some pictures of Silver Hall here. It says we sold it. We didn't take it to the bookshops because we thought it wasn't good enough for selling, and we all the time wanted to update it and to improve on it, but this didn't happen. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Telling him about all his life where he's been in the office. And I would like to, I did send a copy to the Vice Chancellor's office early this week. So we plan to improve on it and perhaps make it, which will include even this meeting today. Thank you very much for listening to me. May God bless you all.
Thanks to you, Honorable Owechitiibwa Mama Rhoda Kalema Nsibirwa, for that very, very, very articulate, insightful, and eloquent presentation about the life of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa, but also for the great contribution he made in establishing the Makerere University that we are celebrating 100 years. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that Mama Rhoda has given quite a touching story on how a decision had been made by the colonial government to expand Makerere College into a fully-fledged university, and where the owners of land were not ready to give land, even for compensation or for buyout. They were not ready at all. And it had to take the decision of such a man whom she has described as a person who did not go very far in education, but to have that strong vision ahead, looking forward to the future of this institution. And indeed, from the revelation of Mama Rhoda, we see that the late Katikkiro signed the clause on the 4th of September, 1945, to grant land to Makerere for expansion. And from that time, Makerere University set out its route to grow from a technical college to a fully-fledged university that we are able to see today. Indeed, on the following day, as Mama has revealed to us, the following day, on the 5th of September 1945, the Katikkiro Nsibirwa lost his life, was assassinated, but the university nevertheless gained its status from a college to, the college regained its status to a fully-fledged university. And of course that blends harmoniously well with the quotation that we know from the namesake of the late Katikkiro, who is Martin Luther King, who has always indicated in one of the memorable quotes he has made that the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in the moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at the times of challenges and controversy. That is a quote that has been made by Martin Luther Jr. Thank you very much, Mama Rhoda, and thank you very much the family of the late Katikkiro for honoring this occasion and for appreciating all that we do here. We are running short of time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't intend to take any much more time. Everybody is waiting to listen to the chief, the guest speaker and the chief guest, and the discussion that will follow afterwards. Permit me at this juncture to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, who I request after to invite the chief guest to take us through what he has prepared for this audience. Professor Nawangwe.
Our chief guest and keynote speaker, the Katikkiro of Uganda, Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, the Owekitiibwa Deputy Katikkiro and my OB, Owekitiibwa, yeah, that is worth clapping for. Owekitiibwa Wagwa Nsibirwa, Katikkiro Emeritus, Owekitiibwa Joseph Mulwanyamuli Makerere, the Chairperson of Makerere University Council, Mrs. Lona Magara, members of the University Council, members of the Great Lukiko and Uganda Cabinet Ministers present, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, members of management and staff of Makerere University, the Honorable Rhoda Kalema and the family of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa. Actually, I think the word late here, I have to cross it, I don't know why. Because there are people who don't die. Martin Luther Nsibirwa is one of those. They never die. The Guild President and members of the Guild, distinguished guests in your respective capacities, ladies and gentlemen. In a special way, I welcome the Katikkiro of Uganda and our gallant alumnus, Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, back to his alma mater. Thank you, Owekitiibwa, for always sparing time to join us on the Hill. Mindful of the fact that I'm the only one now standing between his lecture and you, I'll be very brief. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to state that In Owekitiwa Charles Peter Mayiga, Makerere University could not have chosen a better candidate to deliver the inaugural Nsibirwa annual public lecture. The Katikkiro's love for his kingdom, culture, and the personalities that embody its values is almost unrivaled. The easiest example I can give of this is his resource mobilization efforts for various Uganda Kingdom projects, appropriately dubbed Etafari. And Makerere was happy to participate in that mobilization effort. Furthermore, the Katikkiro's love for the preservation of the rich heritage between Buganda Kingdom and Makerere University is well on record. On 16th July 2020, the Katikkiro led a delegation that presented a check of 70 million shillings on behalf of Uganda Kingdom in support of transforming the restored Mutesa II House into the Sir Edward Mutesa II Museum. Upon satisfactory completion, the museum will become a landmark for our university and country, through which we shall remember the life and works of Mutesa II. I should report that he has just planted a tree this morning at that facility. Allow me at this juncture to therefore give a special welcome to all members of the late Owekitiwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa family who are present here today. I wish to thank you for your kind remarks. On behalf of the family, Honorable Rhoda Kalema, and let me also take this opportunity to thank you for the gift of your autobiography, My Life is But a Weaving. I would like to advise any Ugandan who wants to understand the history of Uganda properly, from colonial era up to the present, to buy and read that book. Thank you for the heroic resilience and extraordinary love for Uganda exhibited in that book. And thank you also for educating us further on the history of Makerere and the land, because we knew some things, but today you have said things we never knew, and we want to thank you very much. When our beloved main administration building was gutted by fire on 20th September 2020, Uganda Kingdom was the first cultural institution to express solidarity with Makerere University. On 1st October 2020, we received the Katikkiro's delegation led by my OB, Owekitiwa Robert Nsibirwa. I wish to thank the Kingdom of Uganda for standing with us at that difficult time, and I wish to report that the reconstruction of our iconic building has commenced. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I will now proceed to read the citation of the distinguished speaker, the Katikkiro of Uganda, Owekitiwa Charles Peter Mayiga. Prior to the appointment, he had served the kingdom in different capacities as a principal administrative secretary to the Sevataka's Supreme Council, the precursor to the Great Uganda Lukiko, 1991 to 1994. As a member of the Great Uganda Lukiko, 1994 to 1995. As Junior Minister, Lukiko Affairs, 1995 to 1996. As Minister for Cabinet and Lukiko Affairs and Youth, 1996-2002. As Minister for Cabinet and Lukiko Affairs, Information, Youth and Kingdom Spokesperson, 2002-2005. As Minister for Cabinet and Lukiko Affairs, Information and Kingdom Spokesperson, 2008-2013. He was involved either directly or by virtue of his different roles within the kingdom in the starting of a number of kingdom organizations and companies, to which CBS, Wukadef, Uganda Land Board, K2 Telecom, and among others. He either served on all their boards or rendered them service as official of the kingdom. Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga is a lawyer and one of the founder partners of Messrs. Wule and Mayiga Advocates, a law firm specializing in commercial and land transactions, investments, company matters, intellectual property, among others. He served, prior to being named Katikkiro, on numerous boards of professional bodies, organizations, and companies. He receives awards locally and internationally for his service to community in Uganda, and the diaspora. He is an entrepreneur who is engaged in many significant business undertakings. He is an author of 5 books to date, Work and Prosper being the latest, for which he has been named as the best outstanding non-fiction writer and was awarded the Njanzi Award. His other books are King on the Throne, the story of the restoration of the Kingdom of Uganda, Uganda Kuntiko, Uganda 7 Key Transformation Idea, and Etofali. Owekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga is eloquent, and when he speaks, people listen, just you are going to do today. He is married to Margaret, and God has blessed them with 3 children. He is the last of 15 children born to the late Cyprian Mukasa and the late Rebecca Kiese Mukasa of Kasanje, Bukoto, Vudu, in the administrative district of Masaka. He belongs to the Mutima clan. His mother is of Engavi clan. He gets along with others, has zeal for changing communities, especially in the social, cultural, and economic spheres. He enjoys reading, writing, sports, and music. And I think gymnastics as well, because I've seen you leading, gymnastics at the Vulange. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the great person we are poised now to listen to. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chancellor, for those generous remarks. The Chairperson of the Council, Owekitiibwa Mulwanyamulise Makerere, Owekitiibwa Robert Nsibirwa, and members of the Nsibirwa family, headed by none other than the Honorable Rhoda Nsibirwa Kalema, my colleagues from the Kabaka's government, Omutaka Namwama. He is the Chairperson of the Clan Heads Council, Omukubiriza Olukiiko lw'Abataka, not traditional leaders. And other members, other leaders who are introduced. The Deputy Kago, we are in Kago, we are in Chaddondo County. Senate members, organizers of the event, the teaching and non-teaching staff of Makerere, students, ladies, and gentlemen, it's a great honor and privilege for me to be invited to deliver the inaugural annual Nsibirwa public lecture in celebration of Makerere University's centenary. It is befitting that in celebrating 100 years of its existence, the university should choose to remember and honor the life of the late Katikkiro Luther Nsibirwa, a man who served his nation with distinction and who laid down his life in the pursuit of public service and the advancement of the people of Buganda, the people of Uganda, and of East Africa at large. Let me start by acknowledging the remarks of Makerere Nsibirwa, which is just made a few minutes back. We thank God that He has given her life to witness this historic moment. I also want to acknowledge the remarks of the chairperson and of course of the Vice Chancellor, who has generously introduced me. When I received the invitation, I did not hesitate to reschedule all my other commitments to make time and be here today. Madam Chairperson, as many people know, Makerere University is my alma mater, and my studies and experiences on this hallowed campus contributed greatly to making me who and what I am today. I was therefore pleased to be given the opportunity to give back by contributing to the pursuit of knowledge, as well as to connect with the young people who are studying here today. And I thank them for coming in such large numbers. As I will elaborate later, there are a few points that I would like to invite scholars with greater qualification than myself to ponder, research into, and act upon. However, I would also like to start by stating that I stand before you as a graduate of this great establishment, and I think I'm a living proof of what Makerere University can produce. So if there is a young man or woman in the audience today who has come to listen to this lecture with some uncertainty or self-doubt, I hope seeing me standing here will inspire them to set ambitious goals, as well as to have the dedication and tenacity to see them through. It's important in life to start things, but it's more important to be tenacious, to be resilient, to walk the entire journey. So probably this will inspire you to do that. As the Oscar-winning actress Lupita Nyong'o once said, you know her, she's from Kenya. No matter where you are from, your dreams are valid. I hasten to add that her father, Professor Peter Anyang Nyong'o, who is the incumbent governor of Kisumu County in Kenya, is also a graduate of this great university. And of course, as is President Mwai Kibaki, who's just been interred, and President Julius Nyerere, and many others. Madam Chairperson and Mr. Vice Chancellor, it would be very discourteous of me if I didn't start by thanking the organizers of this lecture for living up to their name, organizers, and preparing what is very obviously a well-organized event. You just heard Mama Rhoda. Thank you. It's quite obvious that plenty of thought and work have gone on in the background to enable us to have this platform, and I thank you so very much. I also wish to recognize in a special way the presence of members of the Nsibirwa family, led by Mrs. Rhoda Kalema, and the second Deputy Katikkiro and Minister for Finance and Planning in the Kingdom, Oweekitiibwa Robert Wagwa Nsibirwa. Of course, Oweekitiibwa Wagwa Nsibirwa and Professor Barnabas Nawangwe are all busy with Milton Obote. None of them had the chance to go to St. Mary's College, Kisubi. But I thank members of the Nsibirwa family for keeping the legacy of Oweekitiibwa Martin Luther Nsibirwa alive. We don't talk about him, alone. When we talk about the Nsibirwa family, we've got many people to look up to. So it's an honor that you that you've kept the legacy of Martin Luther Nsibirwa alive. I was asked to speak under the theme of revisiting the life of the late Katikkiro Nsibirwa in the lenses of Makerere at 100 years in general, but with particular focus on the contribution of cultural institutions in engendering public goods. I do not propose to narrate the detailed story of Martin Luther Nsibirwa's life. There is insufficient time for that. And nor is this the ideal place for a detailed study of what was definitely a very rich and very well-lived life. However, I think it would be useful to outline some key dates in this great man's life, taken from a biographical essay penned by his daughter, the late Janet Nsibirwa Mudowe, as a backdrop to the points that I wish to make today. As you heard from his daughter, Martin Luther Nsibirwa was born in Kirindi Bugerere in 1883. This was during the reign of Ssekabaka Mutesa I, and I'm told that Nsibirwa's father, Chiwana, was in service of Kabaka Mutesa I, making canoes for Buganda's naval fleet. Buganda had a navy on Lake Victoria. Actually, the Kingdom of Buganda was in charge of the entire Lake Victoria, stretching to Tanzania today and Kenya. For those who are students of history, these were rapidly changing times in this part of the world. Buganda was a native kingdom in expansion mode at this time. Buganda had acquired guns from the Zanzibari Arabs who had come to the court of Mutesa's father, Ssekabaka Suna II, who is lying in Wamala, not far from here, in the 1940s and in the 1840s and 1850s. Expansion was occurring at the expense of native neighbors, most especially the Kingdom of Bunyoro. But even as Buganda was expanding, it was also at the center of competing Western European imperialist interests. John Hannington Speke, I think you know him. We've had places named after him. We may have to ask ourselves the particular reason why, but you know many of them. John Hannington Speke had opined that Narubari, Lake Narubari, which he named Lake Victoria, for reasons I'm not very clear about, was the source of the Nile in 1858. This aroused British interest in controlling Buganda so as to secure its imperial interests in Egypt. It's also worth noting that the Berlin Conference, in which the great European powers, as they called themselves, agreed to carve up into different spheres of influence. That took place in 1884, just 1 year after Nsibirwa was born. Nsibirwa's life spanned the reign of 4 Kabakas of Buganda: Mutesa I, Mwanga II, Chwa II, and Mutesa II. If you look at the situation in Buganda and Africa as a whole at the time Nsibirwa was born, and compare it to the situation that pertained at the time of his death in 1945, you can appreciate that he lived in times of drastic and very dramatic change. The kind of change that some of us born after the middle of the 20th century can only imagine if we watch science fiction movies about Earth invasions by extraterrestrial beings. I know students love to watch science fiction movies a lot. Be careful, it's not reality. Yet, as I'll discuss later, the leaders of Buganda at that time, including Nsibirwa, used native African knowledge as a compass to navigate the strange and often unsettled waters of this rapidly changing world with an amazing degree of success and some understandable failures. Nsibirwa was baptized in 1895. You heard that from his daughter. And although he learned to read and write, he taught himself. He did not obtain formal missionary education. Rather, as was the tradition in those days, when he came of age, he was sent to the household called a Chisakate of Katikkiro Apollo Kagwa to serve as a page. The chiefs used to have a Bisakate. The word Chisakate, which is very common these days because of Nabagereka's endeavors to mentor children, comes from that. Every chief had a Chisakate. You ministers of the Kabaka should have a Bisakate today. If you don't have them, stop living in apartments. Pages were like young apprentices in leadership. They were mentored by their master, and they learned by seeing and doing. It was practical, hands and eyes-on kind of education, which the Chinese, you know Confucius, you must know Confucius, here in this great university. You know, Confucius had these words: I hear and I forget, I see and I remember, I do and I understand. It must not be forgotten that native administration fused the executive and judicial functions. So young men would watch their seniors dispense justice, as well as execute and enforce the various programs of the state. The young men emerged from this Bisakate, plural for Chisakate, ready for deployment as administrators and military leaders. Nsibirwa was no exception to this general trend. And after being mentored in Kagwa's Chisakate and distinguishing himself by diligent learning and service, he was deployed formally as a Gombola chief in Ichagwe in 1920. You know, he was born in 1883. At the age of 37, he was a Gombola chief. He must have done well because 2 years later, that is 1922, when Makerere was starting, he was promoted to the office of Makerere, Saza chief of Makerere County. You know, for the young people here, that is Kayunga district today, I think. When Makerere was starting, Martin Luther Nsibirwa was a county chief. And county chiefs at that time were no joking subject. Again, he made a good account of himself. And between 1924 and 1925, he was acting in Mukwenda, the Saza chief of Singo, which was a much larger and more politically as well as economically important county. He was to return to Bugere in 1925, only to be appointed the substantive Mukwenda, that is the county chief of Singo in 1927. Honorable Bagala comes from Mitiana, which is within Singo County. When I said Mukwenda, she added of Singo. She's waiting for the verdict of the Court of Appeal. I don't know why she didn't hire me as her lawyer. 1 year later, in 1928, he was appointed Omuanika, the very position being held by his grandson, Oweekitiibwa Robert Nsibirwa. And don't you think he resembles him? Look at that picture here and look at him. And you know, under the 1900 agreement, Buganda had 3 ministers. The Buganda government had 3 ministers. The Katikkiro is a ministerial post. You're just prime, but you're a minister. The Katikkiro, the Mwanika, and the Mulamuzi. And he was occupying one of those 3 coveted offices. And he held that office for only 1 year before becoming Katikkiro in 1929. Incidentally, he's the first Katikkiro to reside in the Butikiro. Katikkiro is the official residence of the Katikkiro, where I reside. In 1929. Its construction started in 1926, completed when it was Katikkiro, and it was the first Katikkiro to reside and work within it. Iconic building. Professor Nawango is an architect. He appreciates these things. He was to serve as Katikkiro until 1941, when he was forced to resign because of his perceived less than enthusiastic handling of the Namasole affair. You know, in Buganda, in Namasole, the mother of the Kabaka does not remarry. Now, upon the demise of Kabaka Daudi Chwa, 1939, his wife became the Namasole because she was the mother of Kabaka Edward Mutesa. But then she remarried to a gentleman called Peter Chigozi. Taboo. And the Katikkiro was forced to resign. Nsibirwa was replaced as Katikkiro by Oweekitiibwa Samuel Wamala, a member of the Buganda Lukiiko, who was well known for his radical anti-colonial sentiments. Wamala's tenure was short and somewhat restless, owing largely to his difficult relationship with the British colonial government. Wamala was forced to resign in 1945 and was actually exiled by the British, I think in Karamoja. You know, you've witnessed people being driven from Kampala to Nakasongola, from Kampala, I think even to Karamoja, recently, in recent times, contemporary history. It started way back with the British. And this was not an ordinary political actor. This was the Katikkiro of Buganda. Wasn't that, you know, impetuous? But they did it. In July 1945, Nsibirwa was reappointed Katikkiro of Buganda. He was considered a safe pair of hands both by the British and the young Ssekabaka Mutesa II, who ascended the throne in 1939. When it was clear in the mind of Kabaka Daudi Chwa that he might die, he called the Katikkiro, Martin Luther Nsibirwa, and told him, "Should I die, please help my son." And those who witnessed that moment recounted it to Ssekabaka Edward Mutesa. So when they went to Chagwe in Namakomo to bring back Nsibirwa as Katikkiro, he declined. He was, I think, even angry because he was forced to resign. You remember the Namasola affair? His colleagues in cabinet, members of the Lukiiko, the Bataka, were very unkind to him. You know, Professor and Madam Chairperson, you see these Batakas here. When they think I've erred, they can be very unkind to me. You see them seated here nicely listening. And these colleagues of mine, they can be very unkind to the Katikkiro. You know, the Katikkiro is like in a position of a football team manager. When the players perform poorly, it's all abuses for the manager. When the team wins, it's all praises for the players. Now you ask yourself, when is the manager going to be thanked? So he refused to come back to be Katikkiro again. Then Kabaka Mutesa II told him, "You promised my father to help me. You promised my father to help me." And upon hearing that, he came back and retook the Damula. If he hadn't retaken the Damula, Makerere wouldn't be here, maybe. So you should. But he was only to execute his duties for only a few months before being felled by an assassin's bullet at Late Katikkiro in the morning of the 5th of September 1945. Now let's look at Nsibirwa and Makerere. But for starters, Nsibirwa's assassination was shocking to the nation, as you can imagine. There was a lot of speculation then about the identity of the assassin or assassins. There was also plenty of speculation about the likely motive. Some thought it might have been something to do with the Namasole affair. Others speculated that it might be something to do with Nsibirwa's retrenchment of many officials upon his reappointment as Katikkiro in 1945. This is what he did when he regained the Damula, when he became Katikkiro again. All those people who were unkind to him, he kicked them where it hurts. He kicked them. He was also very uncharitable to them. So some people feared that perhaps these were the conspirators. But the predominant narrative was that Nsibirwa was killed for his role in acquiring land for the expansion of Makerere College. It has been ably explained by his daughter. Indeed, one George William Senka Atuka, an ex-King's African Rifles serviceman, was arrested in Bakuri, tried in the High Court and convicted for Nsibirwa's murder on that basis. But certainly, giving land to the government, the colonial government, to expand Makerere was not well received nearly at every level within the kingdom. People didn't have the kind of foresight that Nsibirwa had. They say, the college already has land. What's the problem with this Katikkiro? You start by allowing the Namasole to remarry. You come back from your village and now you're giving our kingdom property, Baganda land. Probably that was the reason he was killed. And as you heard from Honorable Luther Nsibirwa, the land was in private hands. And when the government failed to acquire more on a willing buyer, willing seller basis, the colonial government requested the Buganda government to exercise compulsory acquisition under the 1900 agreement. Nsibirwa, an accomplished and foresighted administrator who, as you shall recall, had no formal missionary education himself, saw it fit to compulsorily acquire the land. He did this because it was the right and wise thing to do. He did it even though it was unpopular at the time. And I think that was the result of his training and his vast experience as an administrator. And of course, he paid for it with his life. But I think it's a big lesson for leaders everywhere. You have to do what you have to do at times. You have to do what you have to do, many times actually. These are the good lessons that encourage us to do that. The Vice Chancellor has to take decisions at times which he has to take. Nsibirwa's name has therefore always been closely associated with the history of the establishment of the modern Makerere University. And like we all know now, I think in 1996, 97, a hall of residence was renamed after him, an action which resonates with the decolonization movement of the 21st century. Yeah. I was in the university hall, the only university in this university. The only hall in this university. We used to call it Hey Baby. I don't know whether the anthem still sang. Hey baby, one for Katanga, one for Soweto, Beya, Beya, Heb, Heb, Heb. That's the anthem of UH, at least in my time. I don't know who has changed it. You are not singing along with me. I think you all come from Nsibirwa here. We are here in large part because of the wisdom, determination, and foresightedness of great men and women such as Martin Luther Nsibirwa, and it is fitting that we should celebrate them. Now, There are lessons we learn from Nsibirwa's life, especially with regard to the role of native institutions in engendering public goods. But before I set about extracting some lessons from Nsibirwa's life, which I believe are relevant today, I would like to define a couple of terms. I'm a lawyer. You already know that. And we lawyers love defining terms to make sure that everyone is on the same page. When you go to an act, I think section 2 usually the definition section, they define every term used in the law to make it clear to the one who reads that law. I prefer use of the terms native institutions or traditional institutions over the term cultural institutions. And the organizers chose cultural institutions. The latter is in popular use today, but the word culture has come to have a very restrictive meaning, usually associated with language, the arts, music, dance, and drama. The institution that Nsibirwa served in and eventually presided over was a functional native government with administrative, executive, and judicial powers. Although Buganda was under the imperial watch of Great Britain and therefore had her native sovereignty curbed, it wasn't the largely emasculated institution that exists in the 1995 Constitution. It was and remains a native or traditional institution with roots going back to the 11th or 12th century BCE. Secondly, the economists amongst you might already know that public goods are a basic service or commodity made available to all members of society on what economists call non-excludable and non-rivalrous basis. Economists like Professor Gobi, I think. A good is non-excludable if it is free. That is available to everyone without a charge being made for it. A good is said to be non-rivalrous if it can be enjoyed by many consumers at once without anyone's consumer's enjoyment of it affecting the enjoyment of another. Roads are a good example of public goods. Once constructed, everyone and anyone can use it, the road, free of charge. I know there are tolls around Busega there. And my proper use of that road should not derogate from the enjoyment of the same road by another person. National defense or law enforcement are also frequently given as examples of public goods. So it is highly debatable whether higher education, such as is offered here at Makerere, is a public good. It's highly debatable. It is largely no longer free of charge. It is also not non-rivalrous in the sense that even though the university has been expanding, there is a limit to the number of students that can be admitted before standards begin to drop perilously. There is a limit. So if we are going to talk about education, then perhaps we should focus on what the economists call the positive externalities of the consumption of education by a few. A positive externality is said to exist if the consumption of a good or service by one person benefits a third party who has not consumed the good or service himself or herself. Education of a few individuals can have an incalculably beneficial effect on society as a whole and can even come to be appreciated as a public good. I mean, a doctor is going to treat the public. One doctor who qualifies, like the late Rose Nsibirwa was a doctor. She handled medical issues of so many people. And I think the impact of that one person is incalculable. The leaders of our native institutions, of whom Nsibirwa was an outstanding example, implicitly understood the value and positive externality of education. This trend started right from Ssekabaka Ssuuna II, who was the first Kabaka of Buganda to come into contact with distant and more technological advanced foreigners. But I think that was perhaps best personified by Ssekabaka Mutesa I. In his famed letter to Queen Victoria, Mutesa I, written in 1875, about a decade before Nsibirwa was born, Mutesa's primary request was for Queen Victoria to send experts, abakugu mu byamagezi, that's how he coined it, who could teach him and the people of Buganda so that Buganda could achieve the same level of technological advancement as Britain. The primary thing that Mutesa wanted to obtain was education, which could enable the people of Buganda to savor in the amenities of technological advancement. Christian missionaries took advantage of Mutesa's letter and came to Buganda. History, my dear friends, they took advantage. And I think you are happy for it. You're always in churches, aren't you? And relying on miracles to survive. Read your books. There are no miracles in any church or any mosque. God helps only those who help themselves. If you're smart enough to go to the library and read, and you pray, God will reward you with wisdom. But if you do it the other way around, and you spend in the evening in church every day, you're going to be in trouble, my friend. Don't forget I told you that. But it's important to note that Mutesa I was able to distinguish between knowledge, enlightenment, and technological advancement on the one hand, and Christianity on the other. It's also important to note that he appreciated the risk of loss of sovereignty that these foreign instructors could pose to his kingdom. Hence his express request to Queen Victoria that whoever she sends should be honest and not inclined to treason. Don't know whether they heeded that. When the Christians came, they started fighting over things that they didn't own. True. The Battle of Mengo between Catholics and Protestants. And were in the process losing our sovereignty. Hey, by the way, he also wanted to marry Queen Victoria. Oh, yes. He said that after you send me the teachers, you can come over. I will make you my chief wife, Kadurubari. And I'm sure the Britons must have said the guy has the nerve. But he said it. He wanted to do it. The Buganda Kingdom maintained the open attitude to education from that moment on. And several of the historical schools in Buganda, such as those that Honorable Rhoda Kalema attended, King's College Buddo, which they have refused to write with a double D for some reason. Buddo, where she went, or Mengo Senior Secondary School here, or St. Mary's College, Kisubi, where I went, or Namiryango College, just here, and many others. Gaya's High School, where she went. All these schools and more were built on land donated by the Kingdom of Buganda. Muiri, unfortunately, is not within Buganda. The understanding of the positive externalities that come from education ran deep And we can see this clearly in the life of Nsibirwa. Nsibirwa, himself without formal education, championed the education of all his, I thought there were 25. I've just learned there were 26. Looks like I'd left out one. He championed the education of all his 26 children, both girls and boys. Hear that, girls. In the 30s, in the 20s, girls. Just think about it. Today, as the Katikkiro, I don't know how many years since Nsibirwa died, I still go all over Buganda urging parents to think about taking girls to school. Nsibirwa knew it in the 1930s. What do you want us to do for you? Nsibirwa knew this in the 1930s. But we are still struggling with some parents who think that the boys should have an edge over the girls. It was therefore quite natural and understandable for a man who was steeped in native education and in the understanding that came with serving in the native institution of the Kingdom of Buganda to advocate the use of eminent domain, that is compulsory acquisition of land, to expand Makerere College, enabling it to become a university. Nsibirwa's achievements as a chief and later as Katikkiro in a rapidly changing world also speak to the value of the native education that would-be leaders had to undergo. As I said earlier, it was a hands and eyes on kind of training. It was immersive and practical. No one could ascend the ladder of the kingdom's administration without it, and it produced many great leaders. This training produced leaders who were steeped in what the Germans call Realpolitik. That is realistic, practical politics. They were driven not by ideology. They were driven not by ideology, Honorable Bagara, or theology, Canon Serubide. They simply assessed the common good and found ways that worked using what they had at their disposal. This is how a man like Nsibirwa could remain relevant and able to lead Buganda in 1945. Some scholars stepped in foreign ideologies that they've learned even here in Makerere and elsewhere, misunderstood the way they related, the way they worked, the Nsibirwas, the way they appreciated the realpolitik, and they contemptuously labeled it collaboration. I think it's contemptuous. The native institution of the Kingdom of Buganda worked with the British during the times of the British Protectorate. We know that. But this was not out of a desire to expand or serve the interests of the British Empire as such, but they hardly had a way out when everything is considered. Where didn't the British colonize where they wanted to colonize? Because of the non-cooperation of the native leaders. Where did it happen? Where? Nsibirwa and others like him were primarily interested in preserving and protecting the native interests of the people of Buganda in a rapidly changing world. They understood the fact that the technological advantage the British had over us at that time was such that physical and confrontational resistance was futile and could lead to negative intergenerational effects. Do you read me? Because you see, the British destroyed everything in Zimbabwe. The man stood the other side and said, if Lobengula looks on and does nothing, we shall crush him. But if he fights us, we shall fight back and no mercy shall be shown unto him. Any historians here? Whether Lobengula looked on or he fought, he was to be crushed. Now the wise man was to try to marry Queen Victoria. Do you read me? Because the man had superior technology. It's that simple. It has nothing to do with nothing other than superior technology. So we don't want these contemptuous people trying to distort history. They even went to Mbali because there was no choice for them. Professor Nawangwe. So, I think it was better to preserve the little that we had and to skill up the population to be able to march and eventually free ourselves from British colonial rule. I strongly disagree with those who harshly judge the very brave, wise, and industrious men of this age, such as Martin Luther Nsibirwa. They did what they could using what little they had and achieved far more in real terms than many of the people who dare to judge and criticize them today. Statistics don't lie. Here we are in Makerere. They don't lie. I believe it was a mistake for us to jettison all of this in favor of only requiring leaders to show academic certificates, which are the equivalent of A-level, and to engage in populist campaigns. Today, all that is required is to show an A-level certificate. And you go in the campaign, depending on which area you are adorn the color, red or yellow or blue, and get votes. I always say that leadership or politics is not a game. Leadership or politics is not a game. Politics is about the lives, livelihoods, and well-being of the people. It is a mistake to think that people who have done nothing other than theoretical studies in schools and who have good rhetorical or debating skills make good administrators. I think it's a big mistake. The system that we have adopted today poses the danger of producing ideologues who try to bend situations to meet their ideological beliefs, or populists who view political contests simply as a measure of their popularity. They get into power easily. Donald Trump is a good example. Boris Johnson is another. Even this man under siege in Ukraine is another example. Rhetoric can cause problems. I think if he was more experienced and more educated the way the Nsibirwas were educated, his country wouldn't be under attack today. Think about it deeply. You came to Makerere to exercise your brains. From what we know about the life and work of Nsibirwa, he was neither an ideologue nor a populist. If he had been a populist, Makerere University would not exist. Or maybe it would exist, but not as we know it today. Because it was popular to say, we are not going to acquire land compulsorily for the university. We can't give away kingdom land. And then the gallery would applaud him, and the chiefs and everybody. But he said, no, I am a leader, and I've got to do what I've got to do. From the life history of Nsibirwa, we learned that native institutions were results-oriented. Nsibirwa was never promoted from one station to another purely on the basis of what he promised to do. Isn't that the fashion today? He was not promoted because of his potential. He was assessed and promoted based on actual results that he delivered. In his day, the key performance indicators were effective delivery of key public goods. As a Gombola chief in Kasau, Nsibirwa was tasked with increasing food security and household income by encouraging the growing of coffee and cotton. As a Saza chief, both in Bugerere and Singo, Nsibirwa had to drive food security and stable household incomes, as well as drive the smallpox vaccination effort. He was also in charge of tax collection. Nsibirwa and his colleagues administered vast territories, mostly on foot and bicycle. Mostly on foot and bicycle. Today, I don't know how we go about our work. Nsibirwa delivered results. He delivered the results and he was promoted. Not because of populism or ideologue. It was out of the proven efforts of Nsibirwa and others like him that Buganda achieved rapid and massively transformative social and economic growth in the early to mid-20th century. So, ladies and gentlemen, leadership in its proper form should concentrate on delivering results. Leaders who are properly oriented should seek to be judged on the things that they have done for the people and not simply on how many promises they can make. I believe that it will be a timely contribution for the academics at Makerere. There are very many here. Professor Masagazi is here. Professor Umar Kwakumba is here. Professor Sauda Namialo is here. And many others I haven't noticed. There are very many academics. I think the academics here, they should engage in extensive research about the practical aspects of the various native institutions of Uganda. By studying the lives, work, and times of people like Martin Luther Nsibirwa, we may understand how to rectify the shortcomings of the leadership of today. Emphasis should be placed on the key selection criteria and training methods for leaders. Perhaps we can identify key components. Perhaps we can identify key components of the native methods and incorporate them into a practical course that can be rolled out for all the leaders and would-be leaders in the public and corporate sphere. The Kingdom of Buganda would be very pleased to work with you in whatever way that we can to realize this. As the serving Katikkiro of the Kingdom of Buganda, I am proud to say that we are trying to emulate Nsibirwa and the others who came before us in a number of ways. I'm glad that Oweekitiibwa Mulwanyamuli is here. He had a daunting task of reconstructing the Kabaka's government after, of course, what we experienced 1966-67. Daunting task it was. So I'm trying to emulate him, as I try to emulate Martin Luther Nsibirwa. I strongly believe that actions speak louder than words, and that our people will not be advanced by empty sloganeering, but by the execution of tangible programs to improve their basic standards of living. We have concentrated on mobilizing people to work hard, to deliver themselves from biting jaws of poverty. With programs such as Terimba, I'm sure you've heard about that program. We have mobilized people to grow more coffee with tangible results. Just a few examples. Coffee production, for example, has gone up by more than 35% in Buganda. 35%. And hear this. And hear this. And Uganda's coffee exports have gone up by more than 30%, bringing in more than $700 million last year. We have also engaged in driving vaccination programs for infectious diseases such as COVID-19, polio, and many others. On the education front, more than 25,000 students have benefited from the Kabaka Education Fund in the past 20 years or so. In all, the Kingdom of Buganda remains focused on improving the lives of the people of Buganda and engendering public goods for the people of Buganda, for all Ugandans, and for people of East Africa. Next Thursday, next Thursday on the 12th of May, it will be 9 years since I was announced Katikkiro of Buganda. And if anyone thinks that I've contributed anything to the public good in Buganda and in Uganda during my tenure as Katikkiro, in those 9 years, it's because I am privileged to stand on the shoulders of heroes like Martin Luther Nsibirwa, who clearly understood the meaning of serving the community. Before I wind up, I would like to commend the university administration headed by the Vice Chancellor for turning Kabaka Mutesa's residence into the Mutesa II Museum. Any community that is going to make advancement or progress must have a sense of history. We are not products of industrial lines, of factories. Kabaka Mutesa studied here before he went to Cambridge. He's an alumnus of this university, therefore. And the house where he slept has been restored and turned into a museum in commemoration of his own contribution to education in Uganda. That is commendable, Professor. And it is gratifying to hear that the Ivory Tower is being restored. It's gratifying to hear that the Ivory Tower is being restored. I told Professor Nawang, fortunately he's an architect, we want to see it as it was. You know? Yes, as it was. Well, I don't think we should have these modern twists and designs and strange things that people are interested in these days. Actually, originally, it didn't even have that blue color on the windowsill. Originally, it didn't even have the blue color on the windowsill. It was white and off-white and gray. Because restoration is about recreating what existed for posterity. I'm sure you all know as scholars that been different universities. They could have built iconic towers, but when you visit all of them, they maintain especially the symbols of those institutions as they were. That's why I was very pleased when they restored the house of Kabaka Mutesa as it was when he slept in it. When we regained Butikiro, we restored it as it was by the time Katikkiro Mayanja and Kanji left on the 24th of May, 1966. And we're now restoring Kasubi tombs. We're about to end the restoration. And you know, with the tombs, we've gone back to the original structures it was by Kabaka Mutesa I, because Kabaka Daudicho had made a few changes. We've gone back, we went to the Royal Geographical Society in London, and we got the actual photographs of Mutesa's house, Muzibazala Mpanga. So, the Ivory Tower, we look forward to enjoying Makerere with the Ivory Tower back in place, and we thank you so very much. I would like to appreciate the Department of Performing Arts for singing the anthem so well, although I'm not an expert in music, but I know something. Kabaka tumwesiga. Zena yimbantiane sitenda sawa sajja Kabaka asanira fugo Buganda bwonna nafenga tumwesiga. So singa tumwesiga ng'ebizigo bya Samona. That one, you've got to look into it. I think it's called a dead beat in music. but it is wonderful the way you sing. And I think at the next opening of the Buganda Luchiko, the Minister for Luchiko Affairs is here. We should invite this choir to sing the national anthem and the Buganda anthem in Bulangi. Don't they sing beautifully? And the dances, wonderful, wonderful. I thank you. So once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me here today, and I hope that this is a sign of Makerere's continuing commitment to a strong, proactive, and mutually beneficial relationship with the Kingdom of Buganda. We congratulate you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, Madam Chairperson, and everyone associated with this university upon achieving 100 years, and in keeping with the motto, we build for the future. The Kingdom looks forward to building the next 100 years with this great institution. Awangale nnyo Ssaabasajja Kabaka wa Buganda.
Should I say thank you very much? Late Katikkiro? I should. Thank you very much, Late Katikkiro, Charles Peter Mayiga, for the history lesson. I have already been introduced, but I'll say it again. I am Oscar Semoyamsoke, a teacher of many years, as what I do, a senior mwalimu as well, and in a company here of teachers. I've learned a lesson from Mama Rhoda, that's what we call her, that you can excuse yourself from certain things. So I'd like to excuse myself from the protocols. And I learned again from her that she speaks excellent English as well as excellent Luganda. So whenever I come across someone who does not speak excellent English or excellent Luganda, by Luganda I mean their mother tongue, then there's a problem there. But it's fixable. Allow me 2 minutes. Again, I've learned from Owechitibwa Robert Nsibirwa, the 2 minutes to talk about myself perhaps. Like the Katikkiro here, I am from SMAC, that's where I went. And it was a great school then, still a great school. Of course, there's one school that's better than SMAC, and that's Taiba International School. And I have the evidence, because in this audience, I have 2 children from Taiba, my own children, and 2 old students are also here from Taiba. I've also noticed very many old parents, including the Vice Chancellor. They are all parents and old parents of Taiba. Just give a little wave here, including Owechitibwa Mulwanyamuli. So when I say that the top school is, the evidence is here. I've seen my colleagues from the film school. They also know we are not doing badly. Owechitibwa, Honorable Rhoda Kalema also has grandsons at Taiba International School, and the oldest one that I have also wrote a book, and he published his book before his grandmother's book was published. So the Nsibirwa line is doing very well, but most important, I'm an OB of Nsibirwa Hall. At the time, ours was all old, we know. Do you still use it? Aha. No holiday, yes. So, don't intimidate them, you don't need to finish it. So having changed it to Nsibirwa Hall, it's very appropriate that I was invited here to have a conversation with you. What a pleasure. I've had very many conversations with Nsibirwa, Charles Peter Maiga, and here is yet another one. Patience of students rather than miracles. You did talk about that. And you're telling them they should be patient. And today, I drove to Nsibirwa Hall. This was a lifetime achievement. I have never driven a car to Nsibirwa Hall. I only managed it today. My first time ever. And look at where I am. So when you tell people, when you tell the students here, read, work hard, the patience will happen. That 30 years later, you can feel good driving to your residence of in Makerere as an alumnus. Would you say a little bit more about that? Working hard and reading and having the patience to get there.
Thank you very much. Denzel Washington says that hard work works. That's what he says. Hard work works. And in Uganda we say, ebirungi biva mu ntuuyo. Everybody who wants to make a success of his or her life must work hard, must work patiently. I usually tell young people that you cannot become rich before you are 50. I'm surprised they didn't protest today. Because when you are 20, you think that 50 is very far away, that's very old. When you pursue a course in Makerere, let's say medicine, or architecture, or statistics, or law, you're likely to leave Makerere when you are 24, maybe. That is if you started primary at the age of 6, 24, 25. So let's set the age when people are expected to finish university at 25. I know that you can finish university at 22. The first 5 years, you know, you can try out things. You know, if you're a lawyer, for example, you can try out how it is working for government or the judiciary or things like that. You can go into a law firm. By the age of 30, we expect that you've stabilized, you've decided what you want to do. That's the age of 30. And hear this, you only learn your profession when you start working 5 years after university. Don't deceive yourselves that because you got a first class in law school or anything that you are anything. You start learning it when you start working. And it takes 10 years to learn anything. That's how the world works. Talking about patience, that makes you 40. That makes you 40. Those are the phases. You found a partner, you are married. Some people want to rush into building houses. That's probably the time you've got a plot of land, you're starting to build. You are taking kids to SMAC now. Or if you do not get scared by the traffic jam, you take them to Muiri. You know the traffic jams along Ginger Road. That is the time. And by 45, you've gained experience. Professionals are here, they can tell you. Ochichiwa Daudi Mpangezia is an accomplished lawyer. By 45, that's when you can be referred to as somebody with experience in whatever you're doing. And before you experienced, you can't get any profits. So as you approach 50, that's when you start, you know, enjoying some profits. Now, if you are not patient, You are not going to experience this kind of life experience, this life journey. That's how you find people jumping from calling to calling, responsibility to responsibility, because they also want to drive cars to Nsibirwa Hall like Oscar Semo Yamusoke. Everything happens in its time. Patience is key. So you have to be patient. You've got to be tenacious. You've got to be resilient. You've got to be focused. That's what I mean.
Thank you. On this note, the students, give us a hand clap, all of us that are 50 and above. Yes. Imagine you are past 50 to drive back to Nsibirwa. So, Owechitibwa, Mrs. Lona Magara, when you're talking about take girls to school, Makerere is an achievement. She's chair of council. That really, to have a lady chair of council, a hand clap for Makerere University. She talked about land, but also land in recent times. You've gone back a little while to Lake Victoria, Nalubale, belonging to Buganda. I should use that in my next speeches. But it's, you know, from the narration, from Mama Rhoda's narration, land is still volatile. Even today, there are meetings, political meetings about land. What are you doing extra in Buganda about land in 2022?
What we do about land, first and foremost, we tell people to utilize it. The best, somebody was clapping?
Deservedly.
There is no better protection for land than putting it to use. Lawyers will tell you, when you go and buy a plot of land these days, they'll tell you to buy a heap of aggregate and dump it in the plot, so that the thieves, when they come, they think you're going to start building tomorrow. There is somebody watching over that plot of land. They do that a lot in Kampala. But if you're in the village, somewhere in the countryside, put the land to use. That's the first thing we tell the people to do. If you're growing coffee, if you're growing matoke, if you're herding cattle, you will be able to protect your land, as opposed to vacant chunks of land. The powerful can easily come and claim it. But what is important as far as land is concerned centers around three key issues. The first is the efficiency of the land office. We don't need ideologies here or populism concerning land if you want to resolve the problem. Deal with the way the land office works, because that's where the much of the trouble starts. How do you get a freehold title over a mile land title, for example? How could someone have a title over Makerere's 300 acres? How does that happen? I hear them in Katanga and everywhere. They are in court every day. They've spent, I don't know, billions of shillings protecting university land. How did this happen in the land office? Two, the police land protection unit. Do they have the capacity to investigate land-related crimes? And then they present their findings to a tribunal of competent jurisdiction. Three, the courts. Lawyers will tell you, you can prosecute a case for 10 years in this country of a 1-acre piece of land. Yes, it happens every day. When I started practice in 1994, land cases would be disposed of in a month in the magistrates' courts. It was common. Land transfers would take 2 weeks. Those are the three major weaknesses that must be addressed. The other weaknesses that need to be looked into, you know, the population has grown. That in itself causes land conflicts. In my village, you know, well mentioned by Professor Nawangwe in Kasanje. When I was growing up, I think the village had about, I don't know, maybe 200 people. Now I think it has about 1,000 people. The land is the same. The fifth thing, land has been drained of nutrients because of overuse. In my village, the banana plantation was started by my grandfather, my father's father, over 100 years ago. So the policies should be brought forth that every household must have a cow or two to regenerate nutrients in the soil. We don't have such policies. So, and of course the last problem is political interference. Even where you have courts issuing orders that would alleviate the land-related problems, then you get all these powerful people coming and, flouting court orders. So those are the 6 problems that need to be addressed to resolve land problems in Uganda today.
Thank you very much. That deserves yes, applause. Very important. Wechitiibwa, there are also some difficult questions to ask here. I was instructed to be gentle, but this is a record. Contemporary politics and historical politics, a lot of students are learning that a politician in Buganda could be driven to Karamoja. Here we have Nagalama, Nakasongola. You yourself were driven to Kasese, Bundibujo, and Honorable Namboze is unforgiving about that time. But how were you able to forgive? How have you worked with these people who drove you to Bundibujo?
Bill Clinton was ostracized for having an affair with Monica Lewinsky. And some sections of the American population were unforgiving. So he went to visit Nelson Mandela. And he asked that kind of question. He asked Mandela, you were in jail for 27 years. And you're working with your jailers. How can you manage this? And I'm here. It was a mistake that I smoked a cigar with this young girl. But some sections of the Americans are unforgiving. I'm so angry. Then Mandela told him that if you want to be truly free, you must forgive. Because the rancor that it causes you to think about the experiences you go through at the hands of your tormentors enchains you. I spent in 8 days, I was imprisoned in 9 jails. Yes. In Bundibujo, in the corner of the cell, was a basin full of feces. I'm very particular about my hygiene, so you can imagine. But anybody would be like, in the corner there is a basin filled with feces. and in Chenjojo, a man eased himself. I thought I was dreaming. I thought I'd gone to sleep. I thought I'd gone to sleep and I was dreaming. They brought in a man who hacked his wife almost to death. Then the mob descended upon him. They even broke his ribs. They threw him into this cell where we were. I think 10 by 10 feet, all concrete. No window. No window. 2 ventilators in the back. Iron door. Little hole for the padlock. I don't know how we breathed. There were so many there. And these were hardcore criminals. Now they brought in this man and he wanted to ease himself. And he eased himself in the corner, in a basin when I was watching. And you know what? After that, he used his hands to clean himself and smeared the stuff on the walls. I thought I was dreaming. What can you do about such things? So, besides, I think I've got a larger calling as Katikkiro of Buganda. I have a larger calling. I've got a duty which the Kabaka handed over to me to govern this kingdom on his behalf. I don't want to dwell on issues that happened many years back. Of course, I know everything. I even wrote them in King in the Throne, the postscript when you read it. But we've got to move on. We've got to move on. So I moved on.
Before you move on, there are some who have not forgiven you. Asking for my mother here, you know her question. Lumbuye. Then in Uganda itself is Tamale Mirondi. What does it take? What will it take for them to forgive you, to move on as you've been able to move on?
I don't know what I've done to them, so I wouldn't have an answer. But look, if somebody told me that Professor Nawangwe was saying bad things about me, or Mrs. Lona Magara, or Ochitiwa Mulwanya Mulio Mutaka Nsamba, I would pay attention. I would pay attention. What did he? Yeah. I mean, if somebody said, Ochitiwa Mulwanya Muli was in Nkoni, you know, and he said you are like this and the other and this. I said, did he say that? What was the occasion? But look at these guys. I'm an alumnus of this great university. An advocate of the High Court and court subordinate there too, with audience in the Supreme Court. I'm a member of the Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society. I'm a family man. Oh, for God's sake, I'm the Katikkiro of Buganda. How am I expected to engage with this gentleman?
Again, before you finish with this one, they told me to be gentle. I'm trying to be gentle. This one I can only whisper it because there have been sections saying don't say the P word. Then others are saying say it. You have said say the P word, the poison word. The poison word. I'm whispering here. The poison word.
Poison.
Poison. Me, I didn't want to say it. So I very rarely wear suits, and today one of my old students in the audience, he helped me do the buttons and everything. And I'm glad I didn't have a chapati in my jacket, because it could have caused... Do you have yours in your jacket?
No.
And are you telling people to talk about everything on the land? Otherwise, we shall not improve from Martin Luther Nsibirwa's time to today.
You want me to talk about poison?
No. Aren't you talk about the genesis? How can we improve? How should we put things under the carpet or what?
I think there is a very big challenge concerning communication in the country. That is the first challenge. If a person like a Speaker of Parliament is taken ill, why isn't the country informed straight away? When he's taken ill, he's flown by private jet, or was it private jet, or whatever? Charter, at a very big cost, and your mom completely about it. Especially the part of him going by a chartered plane, because this is public money. You're likely to cause problems. When Honorable Navenda dies, sort of suddenly, and there is an investigation going on, and you appear to be harassing the investigators, what are the people going to think? What are they going to think? So I think there is need for better communication. That is one. Two, leaders are judged by the way they carry on what they say. If the public thinks you're lying to them, they're going to lose trust. When they lose trust, they're going to believe anything. They're going to believe anything. I think the poison talk is pretty much got to do with the trust people have in the leadership generally. Do people trust us, the leaders? If they trust us and we tell them, it's the Lumbuyes who may not believe it. But other people are going to believe it because they trust what you tell them. When you communicate effectively, then people are going to follow what you do, what's going on. So the poison talk comes from there. And I don't know why Olanya's father should be mentioned among those who are going to be summoned to the police. The old man lost his son. He can't say anything. And in the anguish, of course, he can say anything. But I know many people who knew Honorable Olanya's ailment way before he died. So I think what we need is to effectively communicate. Secondly, we need to build trust, especially when we're in positions of leadership.
Thank you. We can go back to the soft ones. Just final questions from me here. The Buganda kingdom, as you rightly said, it has ages of good governance. Mama Rhoda talked about it. For you yourself, as the prime of ministers, do you think you are excelling in that vein? You don't have these purges when Nsibirwa purged the entire cabinet, having been annoyed with them. And secondly, Kisakate. A lot of people think there's a perception that you will go to Kisakate, take your children to Kisakate, especially if you're a poor parent. But you've kind of demystified that. Could you talk about those two?
Well, cabinet reshuffles take place. Even Oweekitiibwa Mulwanyammuli had one in 2002. I remember he had a changes in his team, 2002, I think. I also had one in 2019, I think. 2017, 2015, I think, then 2019. They happen. Because the Katikkiro goes to the Kabaka and tells him, this is the team I like to work with, and these are the reasons. Because the Kabaka is the appointing authority. So, and the most difficult time for leaders, the Katikkiros even, is that time when you're making changes in your cabinet. It's very, very difficult. Because some people are good, but they've got to be dropped for certain reasons. And others are not good, but they don't know that they're not good. And those are the most angry. So it's a difficult thing, but a leader does what a leader has to do. Changes must take place. So it is not peculiar to Nsibirwa about making cabinet changes. All the others that have followed him do that every day. Even here, I think it happens. Now, the other question regarded
Kisakate.
For
a minute, I thought you were going to say there are some bad leaders, but they are kept. You've really looked at that very well.
No. At times, leaders are dropped even when they are good, for different reasons. That happens a lot. And in a country like Uganda, for example, you've got to think about so many things. You've got to think about the women, you've got to think about the Catholics, you've got to think about the Muslims, you've got to think about, these things. The youth, and at times you can't have everyone as a minister at the end of the day. I know in Uganda we have 80 ministers in the central government. But I'm sure if it was raised to 100, the extra 20 would be appreciative, wouldn't they? But you can't have so many. But Ekisakate was the training ground for leaders. All chiefs, of course the Kabaka stayed in a palace. Then all the chiefs from the Katikkiro down to the Bakungu and Saza chiefs had the Bisakate. Those courts, the enclosures, where lots of training would take place. Social etiquette, administration, warfare, the history of the state. All those things would be, ethical conduct for girls, especially those days. How do you manage a household? All these Senga things that young people are interested in used to take place. And by the way, for the girls, the Senga is not restricted to the bedroom. No, the Senga was about turning a girl into a mother, a responsible woman. These bedroom issues were just a by the way. And for the Bakuru Bebika who are here, there is a big problem with the boy child because they're no longer going to be Sakate. Hard work, efficacy at work, discipline, responsibility, all those things took place in Ekisakate. And when people came out, even without formal education, like Martin Luther Nsibirwa, they were competent leaders because the primary thing for leadership is responsibility and duty. And that's what Ekisakate used to do, and that's what Ekisakate today is trying to do. Nabagereka is trying to turn youngsters into responsible and dutiful citizens.
Would Chankwanzi qualify for Ekisakate? Is that what they're trying to do?
Well, in Ekisakate, they don't teach this, the target. They don't teach this capitalism and socialism and all these things. I haven't been there myself, but I've met many people who have been there. Ekisakate is devoid of ideology. It's devoid of ideology. There is a bit of ideology in political schools, of course, as we know. And Chankwanza, I think, is one of them. Some sort of political orientation. Ekisakate is devoid of, Ekisakate is devoid of that. Ekisakate is about imparting skills that will turn youngsters into responsible and dutiful citizens.
Thank you, thank you. Let's have a huge, huge round of applause for HT Katikkiro Charles Peter Mayiga. I'd like to offer 4 questions only because we're kind of out of time, but we've managed this time well. A good teacher. Sports is a gentleman over there. I don't know, have you planned to get microphones to them? So you'll be number 1. And teachers' eyes always limit themselves to the front rows. So if you're at the back, you came late. There's a gentleman also in a suit, he's number 2. Just stand up so he spots you. Then the one in a suit is number 2. I'd like to have a female. Number 3, yes, that's you. Please stand up so you stay standing. A microphone will find you. Any other lady here? A professor, is it allowed? Okay, professor. Please, you speak for the academic side. So 3 students and a professor.
Thank you so much.
Just say your name and dig into the question.
Rogers Magala is my name. And I would like to talk about tribalism.
Ask a question.
Yeah. How do you define tribalism, and what restrictive measures do you exercise while executing your responsibility as the number 2 in the kingdom hierarchy from being a tribalistic leader?
Thank you very much. Gentleman in a suit. Has anyone told you you're very smart today? No, you will do all 4 of them.
Thank you very much. My name is Percy Christopher Mpindi, the president of the Makerere Law Society.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. The Katikkiro is making a note of something. This was tribalism. How are you managing tribalism? Sorry, please reintroduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Pasi Christopher Mpindi, the president of the Makerere Law Society, the law student union here. So much has been written about the role of Buganda in the entire concept of Uganda. My question is just to seek the Katikkiro's comment on the particular age-old demands by Buganda of federal. I'm aware that the Nsibirwa Daudi Mpanga has written recently and has presented a paper before the Luchiko, but on this opportunity, could you give us a comment on whether those demands for federal are still feasible, and if so, what is the role of the youth in Buganda, not just the Baganda, in the entire concept? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lady over there, if we could get the microphone to her. As the microphone is going to her, a question, this one is not authored. How can a youthful Makerere student align their priorities so as to exercise realpolitik in the long run?
My name is Luede Juliet Grace, and I'm an environmentalist. My question is in line with, again, climate change, environmental activism, and all. Buganda has been known for its green, but I was walking into Makerere and I saw, after the main gate, one of the places where they're going to build the Motebire building, and the trees there are going to be cut down. We used to have Bulungi Bansi very actively involved within communities, and people gather together to make sure that our environments are clean, but there's a lot of waste that goes around. What are some of the measures that are being put in place by your cabinet and the Buganda government to ensure that we re-green our communities, our neighborhoods, but then also to ensure that the big elephant in the room, which is climate change, is being addressed by all? Thank you.
In some ways, you seem to be asking Professor Nawangwe.
I'm Sarah Sally, and I teach in Makerere. And as a teacher, I would like to appreciate the role of the Kingdom of Buganda in providing scholarships to our needy students. I see this as an extension of the public good that Katikkiro Martin Luther Nsibirwa tried to engender, because over time we pay for fees at the university because we can no longer provide it free like when you had it. So we appreciate these scholarships, but given the nature of our economy, these scholarships are not enough. So what plans do you have as a kingdom to expand these scholarships? And also, given your profile, your national profile with the number of OBs all over the country that revere you, what plans do you have to inspire other kingdoms or your colleagues who are prime ministers outside Buganda to do a similar feat so that we can expand access to higher education and really make it a public good like Martin Luther Nsibirwa envisaged? Thank you.
Thank you. MC, just allow me to sneak in just two questions. Yes, and as well as Honorable Joyce Bagala. I don't know when she'll next be speaking in public. So let it be known that she spoke at Makerere last or going forward.
Thank you very much. My name is Yusuf Chiranda, University Secretary. I would like to thank the Katikkiro for standing with the university to always defend its land against masqueraders who always coming and say, I am from the Buganda Kingdom, I am in Amasole. Nsibirwa gave and died for this land, and he was linked to the Buganda Kingdom. But we have had a recent wave on our land in Makindye, in Katalema, even here on the main campus, of people who say, I am in Amasole, I am from the Buganda Kingdom, I own this land. Many of the cases we have in court actually are related to those people.
Okay, now the question.
Would you assure this audience that you will continue that spirit of protecting us from people who want to hide under the kingdom to come and predate on our land?
What a difficult question. I know MP Joyce Bagala is an ambush, but today is a big day.
And Oscar, because it's an ambush, I'm not going to ask a question, but to appreciate the organizers of this lecture and to appreciate the Katikkiro of Buganda, which Charles Peter Maiga, for the lecture. I've learned a lot. I had actually wanted to leave early, but I think it's been very, very interesting, but also a learning for me, and also to encourage the rest of us, the students and other people, to emulate the example of the late Nsibirwa, the Katikkiro. Having been a political leader of the Kingdom of Buganda, he probably would have leased out the land like many political actors are doing in the current political situation of Uganda, but he didn't. He was such a good example. Thank you very much.
Thank you for accepting the ambush. And Richie, as you're going to respond to all, I should tell you that Joyce Bagala was my boss when I was still at NBS. She was head of news broadcasting. And look at where we are.
Roger Magala asked, I think he wanted to know what causes tribalism. Tribalism is basically a question of ignorance, pure and simple. Because, like I said in the lecture, leaders will be judged by the results they post. And if you want to post good results, you must surround yourself by good people, competent people, able people, experienced people. You know, probably you know the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. He said, if we're going to transform Singapore, we are going to get the best lawyer and make him the Attorney General and pay him the kind of money that the best lawyer would earn in Singapore. If we are going to turn around the finances of Singapore, we are going to get the best banker, make him Minister of Finance and pay him a hefty amount of money, surrounding himself with the best he could find. Today, Singapore has the highest GDP in the Far East. If there was a better term than First World, we would give it to them. So if you are ignorant, you're not going to appreciate that work method. Because you are Maiga, you are going to get a Bari, you're going to get a Wanika, you're going to get a Magala, you're going to get people who are not capable of advising you appropriately. I think it's a question of ignorance, basically. And if you're going to work with everybody who's competent, you're going to take the credit. You know, I tell my colleagues here, they do a lot of things, and I take the credit much of the time, most of the time. I tell them, and they know it. I take the credit. So if you are inclined to think in tribal terms, or you are thinking in terms of your religion, you want everybody around you to be of your religion, people must be proud of their tribes. It doesn't hurt the country when you're proud of being a Mugisu, a Msoga, a Mtoro. No, it doesn't hurt the country at all. Talk about Bugisu, talk about Toro all the time. But we've got so many common things that bring us together as Ugandans. You'll find sufficient subject to talk about too. I mean, if you're not ignorant. So, I think that's what causes it. And if you surround yourself with a good team, you perform, the results are there, everyone will love you. They will love you beyond your ethnic constituency. I don't know if that answers you, but how do I avoid it myself? Is that what you said? How could I? No, I just want to work with competent people, that's all. That's all. By the way, in Buganda, when I became Katikkiro, the deputy speaker of the Buganda Luchiko, the late Hijiro Semajege is a Munyarwanda. He was a very competent man. and it worked very well. Then Ochichiwa Muhammad Toban is an Indian. He was a minister for a very long time. But of course, Buganda is basically Baganda. So, you know, you don't expect him to work with a lot of Acholis or a lot of Langis in Mengo, because where do you find them? Within the kingdom. But if they were domiciled here and they are within the system, we've got Kabaka's chiefs who are Luo, but they've settled in Buganda here. When you go to Kabula, you'll find many who are Banyankole and all these things. So I think we need to be broad in outlook, and we should focus on the results we want to post. And that will help you avoid being parochial and being paranoid. Because when you're paranoid, you can only work with the people you know very well. You know? When they speak a language you don't understand, you are scared they are plotting against you. Why should you be so paranoid? So, Mpindi, I think it's called Mr. Mpindi of the Law Society. Is federalism feasible today? Of course it is. Federalism means sharing power, pure and simple. You share power, you agree who handles what. You agree who handles what. Let me give you the example of Karamoja. I went to Karamoja in November last year and drove through all the districts all the way up to Kabong. The challenges are enormous, but I'm sure the people of Karamoja can find solutions to those challenges. They know best what they want. You must give them some room. You must accord them some room to handle their internal affairs. That won't break up the country. How come the US hasn't broken up in the last over 200 years? By the way, the US is a collection of tribes. How come they haven't broken up? Some tribes came from Spain, others came from France, Italy, Germany, the natives. How come they haven't broken up? It is, of course, very feasible. And you know, every part of Uganda, by the way, can handle its affairs. Like, you could choose 15 regions if you wanted. Like Chigezi, Ankole, Toro, maybe Rwenzori, these days Bunyoro, West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, maybe Elgon, Bugisu and Kapchoro are there. Then Bukedi, you know, Bukedi, then Busoga, Buganda, something like that, something close to that. Oh, these are very rich areas. Now the government deals with security at the national level, the national army, of course, foreign affairs, issuance of passports, things like that, going to the UN. And that takes me to the question of Juliet Luwede. Why should the central government handle climate issues, climate change issues in every region, the planting of trees? I think the people of Toro can handle that by themselves. They can. They can. It cannot be the duty of the central government to superintend the cultural and heritages of the cultures and heritages of the different nationalities of Uganda. For example, how can the central government determine the privileges that the Mukam of Bunyoro will have, or the Ruoto of Acholi? Why isn't that left to the Acholis? All that is important is to have we taken care of culture and heritage for every region? Yes. Do you want a king? Yes, we want him. Have him. By themselves deciding. You don't want one, you won't have one. So federalism is merely sharing of power between the center and the region or the state, whatever name you call it, and you agree on who handles what. And the people, when they handle their affairs, they normally do it diligently. But that won't cause the breakup of the country. That's a fallacy. It's brought up to scare Ugandans. Because even without federalism, Magala is worried about tribalism. Do you read me? Even without federalism, Magala is worried about tribalism. That wouldn't even arise because, you see, every region has the potential and the resources to cater for its own interests. There will be enough for everyone in their regions. Then some people will come up and they run the things that are central to all of us. Oh yes, Mr. Mpindi, it is very relevant today. And the youth must learn more about federalism. You should read my book, Buganda ku Ntiko. There is a chapter on federalism. Since your name sounds a Chiganda one, you should be able to read Luganda. If you can't read Luganda, you're in trouble, my friend. Climate change, cutting of trees. First of all, the Luchiko passed a resolution, Ms. Ruwede, that at every Kwanjula, a tree is planted. I'm sure you've noticed this when you've gone to Kwanjula. And we carried out, what do you call it? Are these statistics? Statistics. Before COVID, 2020, in Buganda, over 1,000 trees were being planted every weekend. I don't know whether people noticed. That was before COVID, because during COVID, all these functions were restricted. Now, we also passed another resolution later that at every last funeral rite, so Kwabi Olumbe, a tree must be planted. We haven't done the statistics, but we're going to do them now that there is a lull as far as COVID is concerned. We're going to do the statistics. So, last year, our ministry in charge of Bulungi Bwansi and Environment planted over 1 million trees in Buganda. Yeah. And we do Bulungi Bwansi every year, but it can only achieve so much. If we had federalism, we would control how Makerere cuts its trees for the good of the environment. Like, we would make it a law that every household must plant a tree every year. But we don't have that power. But we are very keen on protecting the environment. And the Kabaka has severally warned us against plastics, how they degrade our soils, because they don't disintegrate. And I think there needs, I don't know which course, starting from primary school, about environmental protection. The awareness within our children should start at an early stage. But that's what we do in the kingdom. That's what we can do in the circumstances. We also have a collaboration with Rotary International concerning the planting of trees. I think the collaboration is now 3 years, and we have planted 5 million or something trees under that collaboration. So, yeah, there is work going on. I think Sarah Sali is a professor. Professor of what? Gender issues. She appreciated the scholarships given by the Kabaka. Thank you very much, Mom. She says they're not enough, obviously. How can we expand it when we get more resources? But we want to encourage, especially privately owned schools, to have slots for needy students. Because when only a few people can go to school, we shall have a collective problem as a country. Some of the things people do is because of lack of education. And I think we need a campaign where, especially private schools, each one of them could have a slot, about 10 slots for needy students so that they can access education. It is good for the country. If only a small section of people is educated, then it's going to be a very big challenge to experience social and economic transformation. Then the professor wants to know how I can inspire other prime ministers in other kingdoms and cultural institutions to do the kind of thing we do in the Kingdom of Buganda. Well, you don't want me to be presumptuous, do you? Now telling my colleagues how they should run the jobs they are doing. But we communicate with them. I communicate regularly with them, with my colleagues from Bunyoro, from Busoga, from Toro. We communicate. And we learn from each other. Actually, I think on 2 occasions I've been invited to Busoga and I've addressed the leaders in Busoga to share notes. We meet. We went to Jinja, we meet, we share notes with the Katikkiro of Bunyoro. We communicate. But you can't exactly tell them what they should do, can you? But we communicate, and I'm sure they have their own programs going on. Now, Yusuf Chitanda or Chiranda, he says, masqueraders want to grab and steal university land. We need to work together with the university. Actually, you know, Makindye, the professor, is aware. I think I should have a chat with the chair of the council, professor, shouldn't I? Concerning the Makindye matters and, you know, this law school here and all these things. And of course, I'm on the university side when it comes to land. I am not ready to be assassinated like in Nsibirwa, but I'm ready to defend the university as far as land is concerned. Because an institution like Makerere must have unrivaled proprietorship over its land for it to carry out its programs, inevitably. And by the way, the masqueraders are not only disturbing the university, they also disturb us in the kingdom. They come and say, this is not Kabaka's land. This is land for my grandfather. He was a prince. It was private land. They come. Because of the 6 points I talked about in the land office, in the court, the police, all these things, masqueraders find easy routes of making fake claims. So I'm ready to work with the university as far as the integrity of its land is concerned. It is extremely important. Because we do not work for ourselves. You know, I was in Mbarara on Palm Sunday, and I had Mass in Nyamitanga Cathedral with Archbishop Lambert Benomgisha. After Mass, I went to his residence for a glass of water, and he said, we should stop saying you reap what you sow. And he said, we are reaping what we didn't sow. That statement was massive. He said, where we are seated right now, I didn't build this house. This house was built, I think the house where he stays was built about 70, 80 years ago, something. He said, I didn't build this house, I didn't build that church. I didn't build all these things you see around here, but I'm reaping from them. I thought that was a massive statement. We don't sow so that we can reap. We do that for future generations, because we are not the last people on earth. We are not the last people to take advantage of Makerere's goodies. We must think of our great-grandchildren, and it starts by protecting land. That's why in Nsibirwa, so many years back, signed a law that ensured that Makerere gets the land. Now look at us here. So I'm on your side as far as land is concerned. And yeah, and I think, there was another question, I think. Yeah, but there is someone who wrote a piece of paper before I go to Honorable Bagala. Honorable Bagala, eddira mbogo kale mukyala wange gwe nja okusembyayo. Somebody said, how can a youthful Makerere student align their priorities so as to exercise realpolitik in the long run? For starters, a young Makerere student should study his or her books properly. You see, there is a time for everything. Even the Bible says so. When you are 18 years of age, and of course, that's the majority age. Under the law, you can vote, you can even execute a contract. But let's face it, you're still young. You're very, very young. You never realize that until you're out there in the world. The kind of things we did here in Makerere, when I think about them now, I just laugh. At times I'm like, how did you survive all this? Just luck. So you read your books for starters. Secondly, be principled. Be principled. You must believe in something right from a young age, and it acts as the guiding light to you. Because what kind of politics are you interested in? Politics of violence? Of voter bribery? What kind of leaders do you aspire to be like? Those who steal money? The demagogues? The populists? Once you do that, the kind of politics that serves the interests of the community where you are and the country will come out in you. You know, we don't want these situations when you are elected to parliament, people question whether you ever completed your course in Makerere. You know, you never think about those things. I had a friend here in Makerere when I was here, and he had these gadgets for discos. You know, these machines for discos. And every weekend and every day he was being hired. He had a lot of money to go and play music. You know, we used to have room parties. I don't know what you have these days. You got I think we had no discotheques when I was here. No, we had no discotheques. We used to go to, when you had some money, you would go to the guild canteen. Does it still exist? Oh, it was a good place to take out a date at the guild canteen. In our days anyway. I don't know about now. And then we had room parties. And then this friend of mine would bring the disco machines. It was for hire. He never read his books. He was kicked out of here. He's been a burden to us since the time we left Makerere to date. You know, you turn and he's standing there. You want some little money. You know, everything has a time for it. Now you read your books properly and be focused. Have principles, follow them, emulate leaders who you think are good for you, for the country. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Now finally, I want to appreciate the Honorable Bagala for appreciating the organizers, and I think some of us who have been talking. Thank you very much. And it's nice to know that you learned a lot of things from Katikkiro, Martin Luther Nsibirwa. And I'm sure you as a leader today have lots of lessons you can learn from him. And together we build for the future. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's have a very deliberate round of applause for Katikkiro Ekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga for all the education at this talk. We'd also like to thank the audience. Really, I can say this with confidence as a teacher. You've been a fantastic audience. When No, hold on. Let me tell you all these good things about you first. When Mama Rhoda was speaking, you could even hear a pin drop. Everyone listened, everyone craned in, everyone paid attention. It was excellent. A big round of applause for that as well. A big round of applause for Mama Rhoda. Do you know what she did? She was going to sit as she's seated now, and command is very important. She said, nope, turn me around, I want to see these people. Did you notice? And that's how she delivered her talk. Big round of applause to her. I have been told, and I'm going to hand this over to the MC, that you know I was a guild minister when I was here, and that's how I ended up with a single room in Northcote and Nsibirwa. So I want to go and look at it today, if someone can take me. But, and at the time, we resurrected the guild canteen in my time, and the swimming pool and the squash courts. So, Vice Chancellor, I hope these things are still working. They're there, okay? So I've been told that Her Excellency, Shamim Nambasa, 87th Guild President, is here. I've seen her in the newspapers. So the MC will handle that side. And maybe when we go, which she was asking, where is she? I was waiting for the photo opportunity so that I stand next to her.
Your Excellency, Shamim can come up for recognition.
She's the Guild President. Current Guild President.
And also I'll take the opportunity to invite, I'm sure the chief guest would want to see the reigning chairperson of Nsibirwa Hall. So I will take the opportunity also.
Our chairman.
The chairman of Nsibirwa Hall to come to the floor very quickly.
Okay. So, and just for the attention, my very final remark was just a request that you give this moderator a huge hand clap as well.
Thank you so much, Semoya. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that this has been a very educative, very insightful, very informative presentation from our chief guest, Owechitibwa. Yeah, this has been a very informative, and we can't thank you any much more, Owechitibwa Katikkiro. This has been very great. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you, before the performing arts, before you come in here, I want to assure you that the two presentations from Mama Honorable Rhoda Nsibirwa and the presentation of Owechitibwa Katikkiro shall be profiled as part of our Centenary memorabilia, and it should be read together continuously as we come to the climax event. The climax event of the Centenary celebration will come our way in October this year, 2022. But before October, we have a series of events in commemorating and also trying to showcase what Makerere has been able to do, and also to focus on the future, the next century, what is expected of Makerere. You'll agree with me, time is not our best ally, and Owechitibwa Katikkiro has very many events to attend to today. So we just have two activities on program. The first one will be the receiving of the commemorative gifts by the chief guest, but also by the family of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa. But as the team is organizing for the gifts, let me just give one opportunity, just for a vote of thanks, and also a brief on what you are doing at Nsibirwa Hall. Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson Nsibirwa Hall, just 2 minutes to deliver a word of thank you to our chief guest. You know, the memories of Nsibirwa Hall are very strong. The memories of Northcote Hall are also very strong. These guys were trying to abbreviate Nsibirwa to make it an acronym. Something to do with the Northcote State is still brilliant in Revolutionary War affairs.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. By names of Guma Gumisiriza James, the chairman in Nsibirwa Hall, and like the previous speakers proudly mentioned their secondary schools where they come from, I'm also an old boy of Centenary's College Tovu, Shag. Ladies and gentlemen, may you join me to first of all thank our chief guest, the Katikkiro of Buganda. Thank you very much, Katikkiro. Thank you for gracing this opportunity, for gracing this occasion with those insightful experiences of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa. Also join me to thank our moderator of today, Mr. Oscar Musoke. Thank you very much, sir. In a special way, allow me to recognize a special group of students from Nsibirwa Hall. It is our day. Today is our day. Let me ask all students from Nsibirwa Hall to please stand up. These are the students from Nsibirwa Hall. Unfortunately, most of them had exams, but I'm sure if this session took a little bit longer, this place would be filled. Mr. Oscar, I want to assure you that the anthem you know is the anthem we still have, and it's the anthem we shall continue having. Maybe I can briefly take you through it. Let me ask my colleague. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will request all the different alumni, those who went to Nsibirwa Hall, those who resided in Nsibirwa Hall, please we can pass by and have a moment of excitement together after this function. I have also been informed that very soon a statue of Martin Luther Nsibirwa will be put in place in front of Nsibirwa Hall. We shall be grateful for that initiative. Thank you very much, Oweekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, for the communication about the life of Martin Luther Nsibirwa, the visionary leadership he provided as a leader of Buganda Kingdom. We learn and emulate something from him. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to wish you all the best of the day. Thank you very much for listening. At this moment in time, let me also invite, I've been asked to invite the chairperson of Nkoba Zambogo to say something.
No.
Oh, it's fine.
Maybe the chairperson, Nkoba Zambogo, just kindly stand up for recognition. We should respect our chief guest and... Okay, you can come forward, please, for a handshake with the chief guest. But also have the national chairman, Nkoba Zambogo, kindly come over just for a handshake. Ladies and gentlemen, you realize that would have loved to have quite more engagement, but then the time is really limiting us. So just come forward. And national chairman also, Nkoba Zambogo, you can come forward. The team organizing the commemorative gifts kindly come forward, but I'll take this opportunity to request the chairperson of council, the vice chancellor, Professor Nawangwe, to come and honor our chief guest by giving the gifts. Yeah, we'll do it from here, and after which we shall take some photos. Please come forward. The chairperson and vice chancellor will be handing over the gifts to you, Oweekitiibwa Katikkiro. And then after that, again, the chairperson and vice chancellor will hand over the gift to the family of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa. maybe before the, yes, as you bring the other gift, to request the representative of, we go down? Okay. No, we shall go down. The VC, the chairs, agreed that they will go down to hand over the gift to Mama Rhoda and the family members. And all of these gifts and portraits, ladies and gentlemen, will be part of our documentation. We have a whole sector about documentation, history, documentation, and communication that will profile all the activities that we are having in these commemorative events over 100 years. So thank you so much, Mama Rhoda, Kalema, and thank you so much, the family, for honoring our invitation and for coming to accept us, allow us to pay tribute and also have this inaugural lecture, public lecture, which will be continuous. Yeah, I request that the Chair Council and Vice Chancellor kindly come forward. And a few members of the family could, because we need to have a picture with the family, Late Katikkiro to have a picture with the family, the Vice Chancellor and Chair Council. We'll first do a picture up here and then do one as we, on our way with the Mama Rhoda. So I request Vice Chancellor, Chair Council, I request Luther Nsibirwa and the other members of the family could kindly come forward. Because we want this background. It's very, very important for the picture and for the celebrations. So if you can kindly come forward, the family of Martin Luther Nsibirwa, Wagwa, kindly come forward on the platform. We want to do this very, very fast, and we'll also have another photo moment with the Late Katikkiro, the former Katikkiro, and the ministers of Uganda government. After this, we'll have kindly get prepared to come over. Yeah, we shall go down to have the picture with Mama Rhoda. Yes. So just 30 seconds remaining for the shootouts for this session. Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you very, very, very much. May I request as the Vice Chancellor, Chair Council, and the Late Katikkiro remain? We'll do that. May I request Late Katikkiro Mulwanyamuli to come over and the ministers so that we finish the platform, then we'll go down at once when we're about to leave. So kindly come on the platform here, Late Katikkiro Mulwanyamuli, the ministers, Late Daudi Mpanga, Late Noah Chimba. I'll also request the Abataka Bobusolia, Bajaja. Kindly you can join. On one side we'll have the ministers and then Bajaja can also join on the other side. So we shall do the last picture down with Mama Rhoda after we are done with this one. Sorry. Okay. Yes, we request that yeah, we are having just 1 minute of photo shootouts. The Bajaja Bataka Bobusolia, who were introduced here, most welcome, and we've been very, very grateful and honored to have you on this occasion. Tusimye nnyo, tusimye ddala, tusimye bongerwa. Mu ngeri y'emu ab'ebitiibwa abaminisita, tusimye nnyo, tusimye ddala. Akiikiridde Minister of Education, Professor Kasule, Minister of Education ow'ebyobulamu, ow'ekitiibwa Dr. Nanchindu, Professor Kasule. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Now we shall go down. We shall have the picture of Nkobazambogo later on down. Yeah, just one more event before again performing arts will come. We shall sign here, we are going down, Owechitiwaka chief guest. And then we have the commemorative art piece, Nsibirwa art piece, that we shall request the chief guest to sign and the rest of the guests. The team organizing team, I'm sure the picture is ready for signing, but we'll first have the picture of Mama Rhoda and the chief guest, the Chairperson Council, and the Vice Chancellor. I request that the photographers kindly reposition yourselves to the best side so that you can also create some space for the rest of the audience. As we take the picture of our chief guest, the Chairperson Council, Vice Chancellor, former Katikkiro, with the family of the late Katikkiro Martin Luther, we want to thank you so much for giving us this time, for giving us this honor. And as that will also request the Nkobazambogo to move closer so that they can also have a photo moment with the Katikkiro quickly, the chief guest. That will be the last photo, Nkobazambogo with the chief guest. That will be the last picture. Thank you so much, Mama Rhoda and the family of the late Martin Luther Nsibirwa, for honoring Makerere University. And thank you so much, chief guest, for honoring Makerere and for honoring your alma mater and for such a wonderful presentation. Nkobazambogo, Owechitiibwa chief guest Katikkiro, request that just one last picture here with Nkobazambogo, Makerere and National. That will be the very last, and after which we request you to sign. So that's Nkobazambogo. And then the art piece, the Nsibirwa Memorial Art Piece, should be brought forward for signing. You're just around there. I'm sure the picture with Nkobazambogo, the picture moment is over, it has been done. And the very, very last one, Owechitiibwa Katikkiro, we request that you go forward and sign the commemorative art piece that has, now that is going to be maintained and kept as the ivory tower of Makerere University is restored. That will be one of the pieces that will be put in the museum. The ivory tower, once reinstated, once restored back to its original position, it will host a library. It will also host a museum where we shall have all these artifacts, all these memorabilia, and all the history of Makerere, and I'm sure that will be one of the pieces that will live there for the centuries to come. With your signature, Owechitiibwa Katikkiro, that will be preserved and will be put in the Ivory Tower Museum once it is restored back. And we'll also request the family, Mama Rhoda, also to append your signature. If it can be brought nearer or convenient to where Mama Rhoda is, we wouldn't want to miss the signature of Mama Rhoda Kalema Nsibirwa and the rest of the family members, Owechitiibwa Wagwa Nsibirwa. We request you that you also move closer to signing this memorial art piece that will be preserved all the time in our ivory tower once it is rebuilt and restored. We request the Abebitiibwa, Aba Minister, Owechitiibwa Daudi Mpanga, Owechitiibwa Noah Chimba, and Bajjaja Bobusolya, once the The former Katikkiro has signed, and the ministers, bajjajja b'obusolya temugenda nga temusayininze kifaananyi ekyo ng'ekijjukizo ekikulu ekijja okubeera mu tterekero ly'ebyafaayo byaffe, museum, ekijja okuteekebwa mu kizimbe kya main building kyetumanyi nga Ivory Tower. Sente zonna twazifuna okuva eri gavumenti ya Uganda obuwumbi obuwera 21 okubanga tugenda kuzzaawo ekizimbe kino, era ng'omulimu gwatandika dda kinnawadda, era omulimu guno bakontrakita basuubirwa okubanga bajja kugumaliriza kabe kasinge mu myezi 9, tugende okubanga tujaganya emyaka 10 mu mwezi ogw'ekumi omwaka guno. Oba oliawo kijja kuba kibulako katono nnyo, naye nga tujja kufuna omukisa ekizimbe ekyo okukirabako, era ne kino ekijjukizo ky'ekifaananyi kino mwe kijja okubeera mu museum eyo, n'ebyafaayo bingi. Mpozi abatakitegeddeko, Oweekitiibwa omugenyi omukulu Katikkiro nga tannajja wano yasoose ku ekisulo Ssekabaka Frederick Edward Luwangula Muteesa, ekisulo mwe yasulanga bwe yali ng'ali Makerere wano mu University. Ekisulo ekyo kiri waggulu awo, era mu mwaka gwa 1942-43 Ssekabaka Edward Muteesa Luwangula we yali e Makerere nga tannagenda Bungereza kweyongerayo kusoma, yasulanga mu kisulo ekyo. Ekisulo ekyo Obwakabaka bwa Buganda bwatukuba enkata ne butuwa obukadde 8 bwe twakozesa okubanga ekisulo ekyo tukizza obujja, era kaakati lyerimu mu tterekero ly'ebyafaayo oba lyetumanyi nga museum. Era abafunye omukisa ne muyitayo olwaleero mulabye ebyo ebikoleddwa ku kijjukizo ekyo, era kyetusuubira nti bwe kinaaba kiyigiddwako engalo tujja kuba tufuna akakisa okuyita nga tuyise mu Katikkiro. Ssebo tujja kusaba okkirize Ssaabasajja Kabaka wa Buganda akaseera ako bwe kaliba katuuse atuwe omukisa ajje aggulewo ekisulo ekyo Ssekabaka Muteesa Luwangula mwe yasulanga, era ekijja okubeera ng'ekijjukizo. Kaakati ekisemberayo ddala tugenda kufuna ennyimba ezigalawo mukolo guno, anthem, era nja kusaba performing arts babe nga batutwala mu kitundu ekisemberayo ddala, kubanga ekyo bwe kiggwa tewabaawo nsonga ndala yonna, tujja kuba tufuna omukisa okusiibula abagenyi baffe. Ya performing arts bane nja kusaba tusituke nga tuyimba ennyimba, oluyimba lw'eggwanga, oluyimba lwa East Africa, ekitiibwa kya Buganda ne Makerere anthem. tweyanziza nnyo tweyanze ge bannanga akatalekeka abavujjirizi abatuyambye abatuwagidde mu ddimu lino era n'erikyajja mu maaso ery'okuteekateeka 100 years celebration MTN Uganda yatugonnomoddeko obukadde 180 mu nteekateeka zonna ezigenda mu maaso. I want to thank you MTN Uganda. I want to thank you Absa Bank for supporting the Makerere Centenary celebrations. We want to thank you BBS Telefina TV owakabaka bwa Buganda ebadde eraga omukolo guno live era ebibadde bigenda maaso byonna. They have done a live broadcast of this event. We want to thank you BBS Telefina for this, and also want to thank you we'll request that kindly the audience, we've been very, very patient to wait for the Katikkiro to leave before the rest of the guests can leave this hall. So thank you so much. Thank you very much. MTN Uganda, Absa Bank, thank you so much for supporting us and many other sponsors. The commemorative events of Makerere University Centenary celebrations will continue up to the climax event in October, on October 8th this year. And we want to request the audience to continue participating in the various events and activities in commemoration of 100 years as we build for the future. We want to thank you so much, the organizers. We want to thank you so much, the Performing Arts Makerere University, for all that you have done for this occasion. May the good Lord bless you all. Thank you.
We have got big dreams of transforming our university so that it can be empowered to transform our society, to move our society, to move our people out of poverty in the fastest way possible. And we have got projects through which we want to do this. We want to be a more research-led university. We want to do more research to solve Uganda's and Africa's problems. And of course, the problems of humanity, just like we have solved some before, including the wonderful research in HIV, producing very good products that are helping the entire world to solve the issues of HIV. We have also come up with the innovations in agriculture, in engineering. We were the first to come up with an electric car on the continent, but we believe that we can do this on an even bigger scale, including coming up with a university teaching and research hospital. We are the leaders in tropical medicine, but we don't have a hospital which will assist us to do more research. We want to come up with a science and technology and business incubation center so that this center can help not just our students, but all young people who have got great ideas on producing products that are going to transform our economy, give employment to our people. And of course, we want to come up with a student center so that our students can have a one-stop center where they can solve all the issues that they have. We want also to improve the entire infrastructure, including the accommodation for our students. All this will require our stakeholders to hold our hand, to move together with them for us to be able to realize that. Please, you can follow us on our website, www.mac.ac.ug, and there are special pages there dedicated to 100 years celebrations.